Yeah.
Thank you. Don't sneeze on me.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, bless you, take care of the next person, not sneezing. Leave the purple cup.
No? Oh, yeah. What about over the cow?
Sure.
Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors for our March 8th, 2016 meeting. Brian, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Foy. Supervisor Long. Here. Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
And Supervisor Parks.
Here. And this morning we have the honor of having some Girl Scouts from Ventura here, and they're going to do the pledge ceremony for us. We have Laurel Giles with senior level troop 60186, and Audrey Giles, who's a cadet level troop 60252, and Emily Giles, who's a junior level troop 60852, and they are from the Island View Service Unit in Ventura. And Debbie is the leader of the troop. Her last name happens to be Giles also. And she's the leader for Troop 60852 and co-leader for 60252 and involved in 60186. So I would imagine you have lots of Girl Scout cookies at home. And this week we celebrate Girl Scouts as Saturday, March 12th marks the official day that Juliet Gordon Lowe began Girl Scouts 104 years ago. So let's go ahead and bring the young ladies up, and you're going to do first start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, stay standing.
Oh,
So now we're going do the Girl Scout promise. On my honor, I will try to serve God and my country, to help people at all times, and to live by the Girl Scout law. Be seated.
Power of the podium.
At each level of Girl Scouts, girls discover, connect, and take action. Girls learn how to lead while running their troops, meetings, or emceeing an event.
They manage projects like the World Thinking Day or the Junior Weekend Campout, and participate in acts of service like helping children with cancer at VCMC, for purchasing a crate for Simile to transport sick seals and sea lions. There are approximately 3,600 Girl Scouts in Ventura County. Thank you.
all right. Thank you so much. And I hear that even though cookie sales are over, you can still hook us up with some cookies. And I know that they freeze well, right? Well, thank you so much for doing that, and it's so appropriate, too, since we are also celebrating Women's History Month, and it's nice to have the young ladies here doing the pledge for us. At this point, we're going to go to our minutes of the meeting of February 23rd, then agenda review, and then a moment of inspiration with Susan B. Anthony, which I'm looking forward to, too.
Thanks, girls.
So with that, could we have a motion for the minutes of February 23rd? We have a motion from Supervisor Bennett and a second from Supervisor Zaragoza. And then it magically appears on our screens above. There it is. We have a 4 with 1 abstention. Thank you for that. Our next item on the agenda then is our agenda review with our CEO, Mr. Mike Powers.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Item 23, Public Works Agreement for Office Space for the Veterans Program. Agenda page 6, agenda title only was modified to add, quote, starting at the amount of $5,995.50 per month. Item 32, Healthcare Agency, receive and file a summary report on Laura's Law. A PowerPoint has been submitted. And finally, there's an addendum agenda item. It's a regular item. Item 43, Policy Matters. Recommendation of Supervisor Foy to appoint Brianda Gallegos Esparza to the El Rancho Simi Cemetery District Board of Trustees. And that's it.
Great, thank you. And now we get to go to our, do we have a vote on accepting the agenda as revised?
So moved.
And Supervisor Long made the motion, second by Supervisor Bennett. If we could vote, please vote. And that is also unanimously approved. And we'll go now then to our moment of inspiration with Susan B. Anthony. And this is in recognition that we have a Women's History Month in really in our nation. And we have Meryl Berge here, and who's AAUW, one of the nationwide members that has been committed to advancing the equity of women and girls through advocacy, education, philanthropy, and research. And the Women in History Month program dramatizes remarkable women, and we're going to hear from one today. And it's for our local elementary school and middle school students. And it's a wonderful program. I know probably a few of us have been able to portray different women in history and attend the classrooms and watch the eyes sparkle on those young women and even the young guys, too. AAUW has over 100 performers, all volunteers, who perform in 13 schools across Camarillo. Thousand Oaks, AAUW also includes students in their presentations. And now, for Susan B. Anthony, I turn the mic to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Susan B. Anthony is honored to be here in celebration of Women in History Month. It all began when I was born in Massachusetts in 1820 in a large Quaker family, 8 children who were educated by my father because he felt that though we were different, we were equal. And we were very involved as a family in the temperance movement and the abolitionist reform movements of the day. So I grew up in a household that valued education and valued civic involvement. When I was in my 30s, I met Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who became my teammate in these reform movements. She was a great writer, so she wrote, and I was willing to travel, so I spoke. So off I went. Of course, back in those days, it was in a horse-drawn carriage over rough dirt roads, and I would go 6 months in one direction and 6 months in the other direction. So I traveled extensively, and of course, the country at that time was there was a tremendous discourse about equal rights, because of course, the Civil War was coming to that, came to that point and started in 1861 and larted until 1865 when I was in my 40s. And I was very involved in that very large nationwide discussion of equal rights. So then after the Civil War, the 14th Amendment was ratified, and I do quote here, granting citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the U.S. In 1869, the 15th Amendment was ratified that established the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. However, as a woman, I noted that citizenship was granted to all persons, and that the right of citizens to vote was granted. So, In the next presidential election in 1872, I registered to vote. I went to vote. I, of course, was arrested. I was put in jail, and thus ensued a very widely publicized trial. And that's when my speech, my famous A Woman's Right to Vote speech, became well known. And in that speech, I reminded the American citizens, and especially Congress, that the preamble to the federal Constitution opens with, "We, the people of the United States." It does not read, "We, the white male citizens," or "We, the male citizens." It is "We, the people." So, even with all of our efforts, and having introduced the Anthony Amendment in Congress in 1878, it wasn't until I was long gone for 14 years in 1920 that the 19th Amendment that allowed women the right to vote was ratified. So soon we will see, in another 4 years, 100 years since then, and the women's right to vote. And I must say that for all of the rejection and ridicule and years of effort, I am so proud to see how many women are involved in the great democracy of the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Very well done. Thank you so much, Meryl Berge. You definitely deserve to be on your own dollar, right? All right. Okay, we'll go then to our next agenda item. What a great way to start the morning. We should do this every board meeting, right? The next item on our agenda then are consent agenda items 11 through 27.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd just like to make comment on 23 and 27. I don't wish to pull them, just comment.
Okay. Does anyone else have comments that they would like?
Well, I might want to pull number 12. And-
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to point myself to the Medi-Cal, but I'd rather change to Kathy or no.
Okay. And Supervisor Zaragoza?
I just want to make a comment on 21.
On 21, okay. Well, with that, let's go in order, and we'll start with item 21. You have a comment. This is a great program.
Yes, I just want to thank Public Works, and for the improvements they're going to do over at in El Rio for the real school district. And they're talking about improving the streets, improving pavements, and widening the street in order to protect our children from bus traffic and other traffic, and the kids walking to school. And I just want to thank them for that, and just to protect the children there. The Public Works has helped us tremendously, especially over in Vineyard and over in Rio Mesa with the left turn, right turn pockets. And there's just another program and project that I want to commend them for.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to thank Public Works for that.
Includes some bus turnouts, right? And
That's right. And
sidewalks too?
And it's for the safety of the children, and also, it's going to help, widen the streets and the parking issues and so forth. So I just want to thank Public Works for.
Nice to see the
Thank you,
investment. Nice to see we have the funding, right, through the
That's right.
grants.
Thank you.
So that's item 21. Item 23, Supervisor Long?
Thank you. Wanted to comment on this, saying I appreciate the direction Public Works is going in with this to help find this lease agreement for the office space for our veterans. As the board probably knows, and I had a meeting last week with Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, and talking about veteran services. And as you probably have read, she's moving forward with a bill to get stronger dedication of funding and find a larger facility here in our county. So I want to express appreciation to both Human Services Agency and Public Works for working to find a veteran, to have this veterans location. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was
23, and the other one's 27.
Yes, 27, right.
And with that, I just wanted to, since it is on consent, to thank the Friends of the library in Port Hueneme for their dedication of $10,700 to the Port Hueneme Library. That library is loved and highly used by the residents of Port Hueneme, and very much appreciated. And I wanted to note that on Friday night, the Port Hueneme Chamber of Commerce, their Citizen of the Year is Johnny Listman, and she is the president of the Friends of the Port Hueneme Library. So nice to have her honored and have this support from the Friends. Thank you.
Thank you. All positive things. Nice to see on the agenda. Okay, could we have a motion then to adopt items 11 through 27?
And, ma'am, for the record, there was a revised Exhibit 1 submitted for item 19.
With that revision too.
Thank you, ma'am.
CEO Powers?
Thank you, Chair Parks. Just a quick comment on item 12, in addition to Supervisor Foy's wonderful service on the Gold Coast Board. I want to recognize Dr. Dial, who is the CEO of Livingston Visiting Nurses Association, and he's representing the Medical Association, and he's been on there from the get-go. And it's wonderful to have that kind of continuity and steady leadership. So thank you, Dr. Dial. Really appreciate it.
And he's been through a lot on that board, so we do appreciate that. He's still smiling. He's smiling and he's off.
And it is a really important position. A lot of clients. Okay, so we had a motion, and we had a second, and we all voted, and it was unanimous. And now we'll go to our public comments, and I have 3 public comment cards. We have Matthew Lorimer.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors.
Good morning.
Good morning, I should say. Seems like evening sometimes. Good morning, supervisors, people at home, and people in the audience. My name is Matt Lorimer. As you're aware, Kathy Long is retiring from the Board of Supervisors. I've been coming for the last couple months. As a citizen of the United States and as a person who lives in Camarillo, I must speak up because I'm opposed to Mike Morgan and Kevin Kildee for running for the Board of Supervisors. There's a lot of things that have happened in the city of Camarillo. Wednesday of this week, another 6 more lawsuits. There's a lot of things that have gone on. So the first thing that I've offered for the Board of Supervisors is the Camarillo Acorn. February 26th, the Fiesta Association still recovering from the $24,000 embezzlement. Now I'll read a letter and make a few comments. Mike Morgan is on the Camarillo City Council and serves on the Camarillo Fiesta Association. He has a duty and responsibility to make sure the Fiesta Association has accountability of the funds they receive, especially since the funds come from the city of Camarillo. The Fiesta Association lost its nonprofit status in 2009 and 2011 due to a lack of knowledge of running a nonprofit. Mike Morgan, along with the Fiesta Board, found out that Robert Campanelli had embezzled $24,000. Once the embezzlement was discovered, the police should have been called and Mr. Calipani should have been arrested and charged in a court of law. Instead, Mr. Morgan and the City Council, Bruce Ving, along with the Camarillo Chief of Police, Monica McGrath, decided they would run their own court without the public. They allowed a white-collar crime or friends of the Camarillo City Council to break the law or live under special rules and get out of jail free cards. When the public officials hide or conceal information regarding funds that are embezzled, the public trust is broken. Of all the people, we should be able to trust our city council and nonprofit groups. Was any other member of the city council aware of this conduct? If so, they must be held accountable. Mr. Morgan should resign from office because he has shown that he is not responsible with city funds and cover up a crime. The city council members and the city council should not be on boards where city funds are given. The city of Camarillo on how the funds have been spent for the last 5 years regarding the Fiesta Association. We should be able to trust our leaders and hold them accountable for the actions. There have been many lawsuits in the city of Camarillo lately. Why? The people of Camarillo deserve accountability and transparency from the leaders in Camarillo. Let me tell you something. You know why we see such a crazy election across this country for president? Because people are tired of it. They feel that politicians, and I'm not pointing the finger at you guys, but across this country, seem there's a set of rules that don't apply to them. They can have friends that sit on boards like Wall Street that blew up in 2009. Where were the ethics? People who are in that position of high level seem to not be accountable anymore in our society. They believe that they can do whatever they want, and that's wrong. Government is supposed to serve the people, but the people are not being served. In this century, we've seen a lot of things that have gone wrong. The city of Camarillo has had multiple scandals, lawsuits. The city manager had issues with employees. And you know what they did? Why would a board give a city manager a 5% increase? Does that send a good presence to the people? And by the way, when you sit up here, you represent people. Everything you do in life affects people. You're supposed to be a person of respect. You're supposed to lead as leaders. And when children at home see what goes on and they read it, and trust me, they do read it because the new world is of a smartphone, and they get instantaneous messages. It is outrageous. But the idea that Mike Morgan thinks that he can run for supervisor, what a record. Imagine what he's going to say when he's in a debate. Hey, Mr. Morgan, can you tell me why you've been on a board for years and you don't seem to understand how to run a nonprofit? And by the way, you think it's okay to allow a white-collar crime criminal to get away? $24,000 in embezzlement. You know, there are people arrested for walking into a retailer and steal $200 or $300, and they're prosecuted, and they have a criminal record. Yet you can sit on a board and get away with it. It's wrong, and it's not the way to do it. And we're going to continue to speak out. That's my right as a citizen. And again, I'm opposed to Mike Morgan and Kelvin Kildee because of their record and how things have gone terribly wrong in the city of Camarillo. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Terry Bray. And Terry is followed by Ms. Kumar. Mr. Kumar. Sorry. Morning, Ms. Bray.
Good morning. My name is Terry Bray. I've lived in the county for over 3 decades. I am a resident for over 32 years at Lamplighter Mobile Home Park, Camarillo, California. What I have to ask of you today is not going to be all that palatable, but I would like to give you a little bit of background about myself because I feel it's important so you understand where I'm coming from. I have a very protective nature. I work in security. I have for over 8 years. I currently work for the company that you're contracted with. My post is at a mental health facility in Oxnard. I have, in my mobile home park, been several times president and vice president of the Homeowners Association. I'm currently president of the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League, Chapter 616. I was previously a regional manager for GSMOL, overseeing 22 mobile home parks. And also, too, up till about a year ago, I was appointed by all of you to be on the Ventura County Rent Review Board. With that said, so you get to know a little bit more about me. The reason I'm here has to do with Habitat for Humanity of Ventura County. I am asking all of you to direct all of your cities and your districts to stop funding to Habitat for Humanity of Ventura County, specifically that chapter. I have given you each a set of information that I would like to just come across briefly. On the top, you'll see with a very eloquently written permanent marker, 1 through 9 pieces in your packets. The first on the top, stated by the California State License Board, by law, anyone in California who conducts for bids on construction projects valued at $500 or more, labor and materials must be licensed by the Contractor's State License Board. Unlicensed operators are required to say they are not state licensed in their advertisements. Advertisements refer to anything: business cards, vehicles, letterhead, literature. Habitat for Humanity of Ventura County, located on Rice Avenue, is not a licensed general contractor. And the renovation work that I tried to have done on my home, because I applied for a renovation assistance through the City of Camarillo through a block grant, I was assigned to Habitat for Humanity of Ventura County. 3 days into the job, I saw work that I felt was substandard. I reported it to the city. They directed me to contact the state. I contacted the state. Habitat for Humanity deselected me from the program, pulled the unlicensed labor off the job, and left me with a bathroom unfinished and non-usable as far as bathing. It's a health and safety violation. Habitat refused to acknowledge that it needed permits, that they needed to be licensed, that the contractor needed to be licensed. I'm a low-income individual. I had to go to the expense to prove through the Department of Housing and Community Development that the work is substandard by paying for an inspection for $196. That is example number 2 that I've given to you. In addition to that, I reported Habitat for Humanity of Ventura County to the California State License Board. That claim was investigated, it was validated, and they were approached by the investigator admitting that they do not have a license, but they claim they don't need one. It's unclear to me yet as to why. That is number 3. That is the inspection report of which the work by Habitat for Humanity failed miserably. Number 4, I found that through the City of Camarillo, Habitat for Humanity is not licensed to do business in the City of Camarillo. Item number 5, back in April of last year, there was $120,000 paid through the City of Camarillo to Habitat for Humanity for renovation of 20 mobile homes in the City of Camarillo. One of those mobile homes had the same exact work done to theirs by the same unlicensed labor without permit that was done to mine. These findings I also reported to the District Attorney's Office back on April 25th. I was instructed to make a crime report with the Camarillo Police Department, which I did. That's item number 6, of which you have a copy of those numbers. Number 7, Habitat for Humanity states that they have built 56 new homes since 1993. They can build 28 homes on land that they own. They have done 300 home repairs since 1983, and this is as of March of 2015. How are they able to do that when they are not a licensed general contractor, which means they cannot hire subcontractors, which means none of these jobs could have had permits pulled by them because they aren't licensed to do so. Number 8, I find interesting that no longer that I could find on Habitat's site all the major sponsors and grants that are bestowed upon them, which include Santa Paula and Ventura. All of these entities are donating to an unlicensed contractor. I don't know how many thousands of people have been hurt by substandard work. They've been in operation for 30 years. This way, I have that as stated by the Executive Director, Stephen Dwyer of Habitat for Humanity. Lastly, this is a letter that I sent to Jerry Brown, Governor. This is my second letter. He responded to my first. I am asking for criminal prosecution of everyone involved that supports the operations on a management level by the City of Camarillo, who's funding this machine, and also by the executive staff of Habitat for Humanity of Ventura County. There's also an article that came out in the Acorn on February 19th that covered the situation that I'm bringing to your attention. I have 3 copies if you'd like to have that and make copies for reading later. That explains the situation quite well. I've tried to rectify this for almost a year. Nobody stepped up. Therefore, I filed a claim against the City of Camarillo.
Thank you for the information. I know you certainly have done a lot of good deeds, and sometimes no good deed goes unpunished, you know. Our next speaker is Soshril Kumar, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, which I probably did.
I'll wait till each one of you has those documents in front of you. It's a fact sheet. My name is Sushil Kumar. I'm with the Small Business Administration, and I'm here representing the agency to assist impacted businesses with the Ventura Harbor closure. It was closed for about a month, as you folks might recall, and there was a disaster declaration that was announced on the 26th of February. That particular declaration is for those businesses that were impacted financially, economic injury very specifically. So our economic injury disaster loan size is up to $2 million. So impacted businesses could use that to pay vendors, lease payments to the marina, revenue shortfall issues, and so on and so forth. The interest rate is at 4%, no fees, no points, no closing costs, and no prepayment penalty. So I just want to give you a heads up here this morning that there's been about 55, 56 businesses that have come by our Business Recovery Center. It's out of the Ventura Harbor. We closed today at 5 o'clock, but the actual application period, if you noticed, is through the 25th of November. Typically, in our program, there are 3 ways to apply, one of which is going to the office, which is, in this case, the harbor. Second way is to call toll-free, and third is to apply online. Now, one of those gets taken away because we're no longer there later this afternoon. But I wanted to make sure that you folks were aware, because $2 million to one business owner and the supply chain effect, given the hard times that these folks have gone through, this is a program that's meant to assist long-term for the impacted businesses. So I've been making my rounds to the congressional districts and the chambers, and this morning to your esteemed body. So I want to make sure you folks are aware. If there's any questions, I could be reached. I can give you my BlackBerry phone number so that you can reach me for questions regarding how we can help more if need be. And I won't take too much of your time. I've got 3 more minutes, but any questions about this?
I just want to compliment you, and then we've had a representative at my office too, just providing information and what wonderful services that are available for our small businesses. Just really appreciate the outreach. It's obviously you guys are stepping it up, and I really appreciate that, and I know our business community does too. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, I too. I just appreciate you being so proactive and being here and making sure everybody knows. So thank you.
Thank you,
Tough
sir.
time for some of those people, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Questions, comments? No?
No questions, just appreciation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And now we'll go to our next agenda item, and this is our board comments, and we'll start with Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to report a few items, a few events that I attended. Last week I attended the Ventura County Fire Department 20th Annual Awards. I was there with Supervisor Foy over in Camarillo at Sarah Park. And additionally, I was also attended the historical judicial portrait unveiling ceremony that was brought forward by Judge Coleman, and we honored Robert Brantley, the late Robert Brantley, honorable, and also Judge Campbell and then Judge Clark, and that was really an excellent ceremony with the portrait hanging for those judges. Then I also attended the Red Cross fire campaign in Lemonwood and Oxnard. The Red Cross and the Oxnard Fire Department actually donated and hung 400 smoke detectors throughout Lemonwood, which one of the things was if we save one life from a fire, that's really, really significant. So 400 plus smoke detectors. I also attended the Clinicas, the Community Real. They had their National Children's Dental Month, and working with the children and actually working with them, making sure that their cavities are okay. And they actually had x-rays, and they had volunteer dentists working there in El Rio. I also attended the ribbon cutting for the Ventura County Animal Shelter Adoption Center. I know that Supervisor Long was there with, what's her name? Lola. Her little poodle, beautiful poodle. And also attended the Employee Recognition Awards at the probation office over in Oxnard on Williams Drive. A lot of the employees do a lot of good work here for the County of Ventura. And also I attended the Pacifica Clinic event for young children to overcome homelessness and also to reduce unemployment, to reduce substance abuse, to help them with mental illnesses, and also to transform their lives to create better futures for those youth. And I want to thank Merle, our young lady that spoke about the women's this morning. I have 3 granddaughters that are really important to me, and today is March 8th. Is International Women's Day, and today is Worldwide Women's continue to contribute to our social, economic, cultural, and political achievements. Everyone, men, women, can pledge to take a concrete step to help achieve gender parity more quickly, whether to help women and girls achieve their ambition, and call for gender balanced leadership and respect and value differences, and develop more inclusive, flexible cultures or root out workplace biases. Each of us can help or can be leaders to help them, and then to influence and to take action to accelerate gender parity. And I'm doing that on behalf of my 3 granddaughters that are really important to me, and all the women here in Ventura County, our state, and our nation.
Thank you.
And today is International Women's Day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, and I'll just call out 2 events that I attended. One, I think part of the Wave of the Future, and Supervisor Zaragoza would like to adjourn in memory of the people on his list. Right? One is, I think it's going to be a real wave of the future, but it's the installation of a bioswale up in Ojai in conjunction with the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy. Again, our staff did a great job of qualifying for a state grant and putting this bioswale in. But bioswales do 3 things. They clean the stormwater that's running off of the streets. They recharge the aquifer, and they also help control flooding, all 3 significant problems in the Ojai Valley. And so it was a great ceremony to be a part of. And then the AIDS Walk was this Saturday in Ventura. Unfortunately, it was raining, but it reminded me that, 20 years ago, the scourge of this disease hit our communities, and it is much more under control, but it is not solved, and it still is having a huge impact. And I note that almost every leader that was there 20 years ago with me in the AIDS Walk, they're not here any longer. And so AIDS is still a significant challenge that we've got to get the next step over the hurdle in terms of solving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Long?
Supervisor Foy is probably faster. I have a little.
Okay, why don't we don't want to keep Supervisor Foy waiting.
No, don't.
Why don't you go first?
I'll do that. Thank you. I want to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. And you talk about remarkable women. Just on Sundays, you heard the passing of Nancy Reagan, and somebody who really did a lot for women, and I think brought a lot of women out to do more. And her drug thing, the Alzheimer's, all the stuff that she went through with Elegance, she went through a lot of that stuff. And I was glad to see that Michelle Obama is going to come out to this funeral, and a lot of people from all over. So that's something special. It was exciting to see these young girls here today too, and this kind of a day. So it was perfect. And then also, just as I talked about last few weeks about Boy Scouts, the Boy Scouts ended up with over 62,000 food items in this county for what they were serving. So, there's a lot of people in need, and a lot of these groups out doing that kind of stuff is good stuff. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Long, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I wasn't here last week because I was in Washington, D.C. with NACO. With NACO. So I will want to touch on that. But first, a couple other things. One, adjourn in memory list, and one particular gentleman I'd like to call out is Richard Brenier. Richard was an amazing man. He had quite a adventurous life. He was in 1945. This was his father. Let me go down here. anyway, Richard graduated from West Point, commissioned in 1955, served the U.S. Air Force as a master flight jet instructor in Texas and Morocco. Graduated from UC Berkeley, joined the Ventura County District Attorney's Office and formed the firm of Ferguson and Renier, practiced law for 35 years, served as president of the Trial Lawyers Association, climbed Mount Kilimanjaro twice, and just could tell a story like very few people can, and very interesting man, and just loved every moment of life and his family and his beautiful wife, Georgie. Dick was very active in the Oxnard Rotary and Georgie and the Camarillo Rotary, so we had lots of fun with that. And dear man, he'll be missed. I'd like to congratulate the Camarillo Police Department. Creates partnership with the Ventura County Office of Education for a Student Citizens Academy. It's a brand new program developed in cooperation with the Police Department and the Office of Education. The goal is to give high school students a chance to learn about the operations and responsibilities of law enforcement in our county. It's a 12-week program, and I congratulate them for starting that. I think that's really good to reach out to our young people and introduce them to what law enforcement does, what a public service it is, and a career opportunity, but all of the things that they do in serving our communities. And with that, on Friday night, the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce held their top 10 community awards, and Monica McGrath, the commander and chief of police in Camarillo, was recognized for Public Servant of the Year, which was very nice. And later on today, Maggie Erickson Kildee will be here to celebrate with us Women's History Month, and she was recognized as a Stan Daly Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, and it was a very enjoyable evening for all. So congratulations to our police department. I also had the opportunity to attend the dedication of the Tom McGrath Teen Study Room in Fillmore Boys and Girls Club, the Santa Clara Valley Club. They took an old shower room in the old school building and converted it to a teen study room. And I really helped with this, as did the board, and were recognized for it because we were able to give them some dollars, some incentive dollars and match grant dollars, and they were able to raise the $75,000 to do the conversion. But they had great support from our labor groups, our IBEW and our contractors, and Clark Construction came in and did a fabulous job with helping them with putting windows in and things. And it just turned out to be, it's a great room and just very, very good for the kids, teens in Fillmore. So that was fun to go to. This past Saturday, I attended the Women's Leadership Forum that was put on by Assembly Member Jackie Irwin at Rancho Campana in Camarillo. That was the first time that something like this was put on in Camarillo for with a policy group talking about health and civic engagement and public service. And Police Chief Jerry Williams, who is this year's Woman of the Year, selected by Jackie, spoke and certainly talking about non-traditional jobs and women rising in the ranks, again, for public service and law enforcement. And she will be honored next week by the Assembly as Woman of the Year. Just another plug I'd give to all the county employees listening and others that April 16th, 17th at the Ventura Fairgrounds, the CDA Cares is holding this free dental clinic for 2 days, and it will be again at the Ventura County Fair. They still need volunteers. We have about 900 now who've stepped forward, but they need more than that for the 2-day event because it does go early in the morning, like 7 o'clock till 5:30, and volunteers are needed. The fundraising's coming along, but can always use, and they've had a lot of in-kind donations. The dental clinic is first come, first served, no proof of ID or financial requirements, and they really are going to be able to do everything from cleaning, pulling, and replacing. So I'll talk about it every Tuesday until April 16th and 17th. And then the NACO conference, I provided to the board the California counties piece on serving the citizens of California and the things that were targeted at NACO as we go across the street or go visit the Capitol, as it were. The legislative priorities for both NACO, which many of them are also those of importance to CSAC and to our county. The conference itself had, it's only a 3-day conference. It's not that long. And fortunately, the weather cooperated this year. We didn't have snow up to our gazoos. So it was rainy, and in fact, a significant thunderstorm, which was nice. Yeah, that's a formal word. And obviously, workshops, the continuing workshops on how the counties are dealing with what is occurring nationwide in the way of legalization of marijuana, economic impact of aging on counties, and infrastructure challenges that we're all facing. We had Mitch McConnell came and spoke to us, John McCain, Secretary Fox for Transportation. So I think the value of going to NACO is that you do get to hear some, in many cases, best practices of what's going on in other counties, and there is a large urban county group with NACO, and obviously similar challenges that we work on are faced by all counties, particularly when it comes to the funding streams that come from the federal government and the struggles we have with continuing resolutions, such as has occurred with transportation over the years. So it was a good conference, and thought you'd like to receive the information I've left for you on the dais, and I have extras if anyone would like them. And let me see. I did meet with Congresswoman Julia Brownlee. Unfortunately, she had to dash to the floor, so I met with her staff, and we were there to talk about veteran services in our county and our community clinic in Oxnard, and what we would like to see in both providing stronger services and better communications between our local office and the West LA Veteran Services Office. And as I mentioned, the Congresswoman was successful in moving forward a bill through the Veterans Affairs Committee and to potentially secure significant dollars to really build in fact, the request is for $6 million, if I'm looking at that right, to find a state-of-the-art outpatient clinic and build one in Oxnard. Either find a building or build one. 47,000 square feet they need. So she's been great for us with our veterans' needs, and always appreciate meeting with her and her staff when we're in Washington. And the last thing, as we recognize later on today, the Women's History Month, and today being International Women's Day, congratulating all of the women who have been, and we'll do this later, who have been leaders in the community, and certainly acknowledge our chair of the board, Supervisor Parks, and who can now add to her title, Grandma, with baby Zachary.
Yes.
And I'll leave the rest to you, Grandma.
Okay. And then just for the viewing audience, NACO is the National
Association of Counties.
Right.
I'm sorry, yes. Yes.
Well, my daughter, who just had her baby, used to say NACO when she would strip off all her clothes and go running when she was like 2 years old. NACO!
Okay.
So that's what I think of whenever you say NACO.
Okay.
But now she's a distinguished young civil engineer with a baby, and I'm a grandma as a result. Thank you. So a couple of things I would like to mention. One is we, in April, will be celebrating Earth Day, so I just want to give you all a heads up to start thinking about each office nominates someone to, or an organization to receive an Earth Day award, so we want to make sure that You have a heads up on that? And let's see, there was a great article in the Star that talked about some of our military veterans, and one of them was David Sasek. And I just wanted to read, I just thought it was such a nice statement that he made, and then also, obviously, his life makes a statement too, but I wanted to read this article. It says, David Sasek was young, intense, and motivated. He was a 25-year-old lieutenant helping lead for the first time in something more than just an exercise 125 Navy Seabees from Port Hueneme. And part of their job was to build what they called Wally World, a massive military encampment in Saudi Arabia designed to hold 15,000 troops. And he talked how I think the whole world felt that, just the injustice from Saddam Hussein's aggression. And he said that people will do amazing things if they see what they do really matters. I just thought that was such a good quote, because how important it is to do something that you feel is worthwhile and that you can, excuse me, certainly excel when you can. So I just wanted to give our kudos. We are fortunate to have him, who just became our new head of our General Services Agency. He was with our Water and Sanitation District. So really happy to have him on board, and nice to see him recognized in the Star. I also want to ask that the board close in honor of the people on this list. And as Supervisor Foy mentioned, also noting the passing of First Lady Nancy Reagan. And I remember being able to shake her hand one time and thinking it was the softest hand I've ever shook in my life. And so I do want to close in honor of her, as well as the others on that list, including Mr. Hal Warner Brown and also Robert Walter Dingham. When I talk about Nancy Reagan, talk about obviously being a first lady and a devoted wife. And while it was a short period of time, she continued that legacy for many years after President Reagan had died, and helped with the Reagan Presidential Library and Foundation in Simi Valley. Strong advocate for Alzheimer's research. And in 2002, she received a Medal of Honor for her Just Say No program, as well as the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and will be buried beside her husband at the Reagan Library. And I just, there was talking about Nancy, who could talk about her better than Ronald Reagan. And I have a quote, and I just realized, Ronald Reagan embodied many things, but a hopeless romantic seems like part of that too. And his quote about Nancy was, "Your gift to me is uninsurable. No appraiser can put a value on it. It's like fruit of the month or a lifetime subscription, a perpetual motion happiness machine. It starts off fresh and brand new every day, shining up my whole world." And that was in a letter that Ronald Reagan wrote to his wife. Isn't that sweet? Let's see. I think that might conclude it, and hopefully it does. I'm looking through my list. Let's see. Well, we'll move forward. I'm sure anything else was on there. Sorry, staff, I will be able to find it. Okay. And also, I know Supervisor Bennett was talking about the bioswale project, and it is a great project, particularly when you can have so many benefits, and recharging the aquifer is one, which differs significantly from the one in Oak Park, because they don't allow the soil doesn't allow for percolation, so they have to do this unusual thing of pumping the water back out onto the street, and you have the potential problem of standing water, and that was the concern that residents tried to express. So with that, let's go ahead and move on to our regular agenda. And the first item, oh, yes. The CEO reminded me, we have to go to the CEO comments.
No, you don't have to. But I like that. Thank you. I'm going to use that. Thank you, Chair Parks, board members, county team. Just a couple things real quick. This last Friday, thanks to the support of HSA Director Barry Zimmerman and Deputy Director Judy Weber, I was able to visit the Child Protective Services team, and I got a great and informative tour, and I got to meet the folks there, led by Tim Myers and Carmen Franco. And I have to tell you, we read reports about what they do, and it's important, and you can feel it. But when you go meet these people and you hear what they do and you see it firsthand, it has a different feel to it, a much greater impact. When you think about it, 24/7, there's a hotline, and these folks respond to families in crisis 24/7 throughout our county. And I was privileged enough to go on a team with Letty Garibay and Diane Emmerich, who's a public health nurse. Letty was the social worker. And to go on a ride-along with them and to see how they handled the situation of a family, a lot of stressful situation in crisis. But their skill and compassion and courage is just amazing to see. Whatever the situation is, they just know how to deal with it. They know how to de-escalate the situation, calm things, build trust, and help these families navigate very challenging situations. So just thank you to the CPS team, to Barry, Judy, your whole team there. Very, very inspiring. Thank you very much. I want to let you know also that our public defender, our very own Steve Lipson, has been elected chair of the American Council of Chief Defenders, and this is part of the National Legal Aid Defenders Association. So he was elected this by his peers, and so he's going to have a leadership role nationally, and that does a couple things. I think it reflects our county well, but also he learns the best practices and sees how we're doing. And although usually he comes back and feels like our office, our public defender's office, is doing really, really well and setting a high bar. So appreciate him taking the time to do it, because it's a lot of extra time, but it's very valuable for our county and our public defender's office. Also coming up this weekend, as you well know, is Startup Weekend, March 11 through 13 at Rancho Campana High School. That's right. So over 54 hours, folks will be coming and building a business over that time. And then Sunday afternoon, they'll be presenting. They have 60 seconds to present their pitch to the panel. And this is for new entrepreneurs in IT, especially for healthcare and agriculture. And there will be winners in each category, healthcare and ag, and the winners will receive $10,000, as well as some free professional guidance and working space and so forth. So really excited about this, and I hope you all can participate. I know many of our county family, HCA, IT, and so forth, are participating very heavily in this. So that's coming up. Also coming up is the National Charity League Gala, March 19th. The juniors are just an amazing support group for our pediatric oncology program and really all things pediatric in our hospital. And I also had the privilege of, with Kim Milstein and Barry Fisher, of visiting with the Ronald McDonald Board on Friday. Of course, their support for building a house or room there, which is a great honor, and they were very excited to hear about the services that the healthcare agency is providing there. So that was very special, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Wouldn't want to forget that. And also, we both attended the probation awards ceremony. Do you want to comment on that?
I would like to comment on that.
Good.
No, it was. This was their annual Public Defenders Employee Award ceremony, and they recognized, actually very much like
probation.
What did I say?
Public Defender.
Public Defender. Oh, see, I'm still stuck on that. So you're listening, though. That's good.
We are listening.
That's right. The probation with Chief Varela. And great turnout, and they do a great job. They recognize a lot of the same categories actually Management Council does: integrity, innovation, best kept secret, and so forth. And a great turnout. Families were there, and just again, really inspiring to hear the stories of these individuals who, we hear of the accountability side, but there's a rehabilitative side, and they really turn lives around, one person at a time, whether it's in the field or in the juvenile justice facility. Saving lives, sometimes literally, but also through setting them on a better path. And Supervisor Parks was there handing out awards, as well as Supervisor Zaragoza. It was a very special event. Thank you.
Thank you. It is nice to be able to recognize the great employees that we have when we can. So let's now go to our regular agenda items. And the first one is 33, right, Mr. Palmer? And this is regarding approval and authorization of some employee time.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Barry Zimmerman from the Human Services Agency. What's before you is some items for position requests, and let me explain the background of those positions a little bit. As you are aware, and I've been before you in presenting for the Continuum of Care Reform, or CCR, associated with the foster system in reducing congregate care. This is part of that effort. A while back, we were asked by the state to submit proposals on what would it take to increase foster homes within our area and what would we need in place for those support systems. And as the result of our proposal, we have received some funding known as Foster Parent Recruitment, Retention, and Support funding. that is considered seed funding in order for the counties to put structures in place to support the foster care system, in particular the caregivers, and how we recruit, retain, and support them. So what's before you is one, a deletion of a classification and an add just to get the right classification associated with the children's system. The other two requests, program coordinators and community service coordinators, are actually the working unit associated with the efforts that's going to be supporting the caregiver community. They'll be over, the effort will be supporting and retaining 600 some caregivers that we currently have, as well as a unit subset. 2 of those will be targeted for special recruitments for those individuals that are currently, that where we have kids housed in group homes, need to find family-based care and homes, which would be unique since those children are in group homes for a purpose based on behavioral issues. So that's what's before you, is to start this effort in building the caregiver network and foster system. The funding is shown here. It is seed funding from the state. We're requesting, since it was late in getting out to us, to carry it over into next year. And so we'll know in the May revise if the governor approves that, which is likely to happen. So that's where we're at today with this effort.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, Supervisor Foy.
Ask you 2 questions.
Sure.
First of all, what have we been doing over the past with these 600 people that are out there giving us foster care and all that? What are we doing now to?
We do have a small recruitment team at this point in time. However, the expectation is changing on what the role of the foster parent is. Currently, or historically, the way that a caregiver has been, we've recruited them, put them, and then they house and care for the child. The expectation now in the system and the direction that we've been given is the caregiver needs to work with the biological parents and work on trying to unify those families first. So they have to have some skill set and training associated with that previously they had not. Also, since we are not going to have the options really to place them in shelter care like Casa Pacifica and other group homes, the individual caregivers are going to have to be more equipped in dealing with how to manage individuals to treatment, to services, identifying those. So the support network needs to be enhanced in order to help retain and support these families as they're dealing with higher level kids in the home setting. So that's what's changed from past.
And are these a different skill set people than you've had before because of that need training?
Some of the homes will be highly skilled, in which we call, we're trying to recruit specifically treatment foster homes, in which a foster parent would have to have credentials or skill sets in order to take care of a special needs child. So that would be part of the requirement that we'll be needing, since we do not have options of group homes to place these kids in the future.
Okay.
So yes, it will be a skill set different.
And we're not doing that currently?
No, we do not have. We have just very small, maybe 1 or 2, but we're talking that we'll have many more, dozen or so specialized homes on that.
And then you've got some funding. What happens if that funding goes away? What happens to that group? I mean, is this the governor not sure we're going to get it? Most likely he'll keep it going, but what's the deal?
Yeah, I mean, we're in heavy debates with the state right now on the cost impact associated with this new initiative of CCR. So that is an ongoing discussion and debate. Right now, all we know is that we have some seed money to do this and to develop it, and a lot of advocacy is going on to say, hey, you know, the state has some responsibility associated with that. If it does go away, it will have to be looked at in context of our budget as a whole in order to maintain these structures.
So these people, are they fixed term or are they regular?
No, these are regular full-time. The anticipation is that we will be able to, this is a needed function that isn't fixed term. This will be an integral part of us in order to keep kids in family care.
Because on the other side, no matter what happens, they're not going to change the new program that says you
That's
can't
correct.
put them in these homes.
The intent from the state right now, and this is the debate, is saying as we move them out of what would be higher level care, that there is a savings to the county because we have proportional costs to group homes and to shelter care, and foster care or home-based care is at a lesser rate or lesser amount. So the state's saying, well, you'll be saving by not putting them in group homes, therefore you would redirect these funds as appropriate to support these systems to keep them into family-based care. Our position is, yes, there'll be some savings. However, the magnitude in what you're asking us to is greater than what we can quantify out of those savings. So that's the debate right now.
Right, okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
And the challenge for us to succeed is to be able to have foster parents who feel like they are strongly supported and help them get the skill sets they need to do this, because group homes are not going to be available. And there also will be some sanctions if we fail.
Yes, there are some criteria if we don't succeed associated where to place children.
Right.
I mean, the option, since the network of group homes is going away, there literally will not be an option to place them there. And so where we need to have the capacity in order to safely house the children in a home, we need to have a network built to do that and to retain those homes that will take high-level kids. So, I mean, part of the issue is we have a lot of homes willing to do it, but when you're talking real high needs children, that's the difficulty. And if we don't have a placement, then what we're going to end up is similar situations like Los Angeles County or so forth, where they drive kids in cars for a period of time. They put them in a 23-hour place, take them out and put them back in. You know, those type things, and we do not want to create an environment like that.
How many children are we talking about in our county?
Well, we have 1,200 children in foster care right now today, and about 700 out of care, about 700 that are out of the home that we're taking care of right now.
And then how many in the group homes?
How many group homes do we have?
How many kids in group
Well,
homes?
we have about 80 kids in group home right now.
Okay. So we're going to have to find people at all different levels to handle that group.
Yeah, and so we're decreasing that now. So 50 to 80 kids, you know, that could be 50 homes depending on the structure of the kids, right?
And how much time do we have?
It starts January 1.
And you've got?
Of 2017.
So you have to have them out by then?
That's when, yes, that according to the law, there would be no longer group homes. So we're anticipating some cleanup legislation to allow a phase-in period, but it'd probably be within that year we would have to do that.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
So Barry, the 2015-16 costs will be fully offset by the federal and state
Yes,
funds?
that is correct.
And then the full year for 2016-17 is going to be a request.
We don't know. The anticipation is that we'll be able to carry this funding over through the implementation period, so that's our anticipation. If it is needed, then we'll come back in the budget cycle and talk
For
about
the
it.
16-17?
Yes.
Okay.
And the question I had is, you have confidence that this funding's coming, right?
This funding
yes.
that we have today, yes, we have it.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's just continuing on past 5 months, 6 years next year. We do know we're going to get some of the funding next year. However, they funded us. This is the way the state works. They gave us 6 months. They gave it to us late and said we need to spend it all. And they said, we'll give you the same allocation next year for the full year. So that's basically half the funding for a year. So those are the conversations we're having. That's not practical. So,
Mr. Powers, from a standpoint, I want to put you on the spot here because I'm not sure if you've looked at this, but Barry's talking about that same issue. We have a bunch of different places that we're supporting a lot of these kids. So we're going to reduce, I guess, our stuff to some of these places, and this is where if it comes back to us, we may have some ability to help make up if the state doesn't. I guess that's what you were saying, Barry. Is that how you see it too?
Absolutely. I mean, excuse me. This program is happening. The state has said it's happening.
Yeah.
So we've got to be ready for it. We've got to have these families trained and feeling confident and supported and educated and making sure they have everything because this is a big change, and especially more family members, I think, is also family resource is a big part of this as well. Other family members is going to be a big part of education and training and bringing them into the fold and making sure. And so it's really with a great purpose, but it's going to take a lot of effort to do it, and that's why I commend HSA for getting a good start on this, because it's going to take some ramp-up time. But this is something that we have to do. The state should be paying for it, but I don't see that we have a choice. Now, there may be savings in terms of congregate care and other ways, and of course we're evaluating, we're making adjustments in some of those agreements as we speak. We already have, and we'll continue to do that. But we have to be ready for this program. It's a huge shift. It's like safety realignment. It's a major shift, and they've got the right plans to do it.
It has to be done.
And thanks for adding. I'll just add one of the big strategies is relative care approval, and that will probably be the growth area to cover the majority, is our hope. However, relative care approval has changed in the sense it's just not any relative. They have to meet the threshold equivalent to a foster parent, which is part of this unit's responsibility to get them the right training, the supports, and so forth that previously they did not have. So. It's a big deal.
Question, Supervisor Long, I'm sorry, Bennett, and then Supervisor Zaragoza. Okay.
Thank you. And I think the arguments have been made about why we need to do this from the standpoint of the state is mandating this program. We have to do this, and it's sort of like whether we think we're going to get all the reimbursement or not. Bottom line is we have to do it, and so it does make a lot of sense for us to get started. One, two, I think that the bigger reason why we need to do it is that at least my eyes really have been opened after working hard in this area. I really didn't see it until I was at that presentation, and the young man talked about being separated from his siblings on his first day in the foster care program. And so I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that, quite frankly, whether the state did this or does this or not, maybe not exactly this way, but we need to have as our goal as the Board of Supervisors, as county government, that we're going to end the separation of siblings when they enter into the foster care system. It's just an ethical thing. We cannot, unless there is some medical reason, some safety reason, the child's a threat to even his brothers and sisters or whatever. But outside of that, we have to keep those kids together. We just have to elevate that to being one of the, as we have before, we have a lot of priorities here. It's just one of many, but it's got to be an essential priority. And that's why I think we both need to support this. And I want to say, and I hope you'll pass back to your staff how much we appreciate the leadership, unlike other counties that are literally scrambling from scratch to try to start, how do we recruit more families? What do we do? You have such a head start because you've discovered a good team of people and they can implement this, and so we're in great shape. But a year from now, I'll be asking, what's our sibling separation rate by comparison to this year versus next year? And I'll probably be checking in between that, and we should really be driving that number down, and the only way we can do it is more foster families and more relatives that qualify as foster parents. So that's a really important topic, really important goal for us, and really appreciate your leadership, Barry, and your team's leadership, all the way down, Judy and Elizabeth and everybody else. Thank you very much.
That would be a good goal to put in the strategic plan that we have also, and then make it a performance measure, right?
Sure, absolutely. We can look at that, and I think we share the same sentiments. We want to place siblings together as appropriate, and that's our goal. And so that we'll have to come up with how do you measure appropriateness, because not every sibling set should be placed together based on needs and so forth. But we'll look at that. But we're definitely, that's a priority and a principle for us. It goes hand in hand with our principles that relatives usually have the best capacity to maintain that familial connection. So yes, so this will be a good step in that right direction. Thank you.
Supervisor, and I agree that we don't need to add any more pain to these kids that are already going through this situation. Yeah.
So with that, can we have a motion? We have a motion from Supervisor Long, second from Supervisor Bennett. And we can vote. and see it recorded on the big screen,
Thank you.
which I hear might be getting bigger. Do we have time then before our 10 o'clock to be able to go to item 34? How long do you estimate that will take? Okay, no, you've got a good 6.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Catherine Rodriguez from the CEO's office. The item before you today is a recommendation for your board to accept the Budget Development Manual for 2016-17 and including the sections of the internal fund rates in sections 5 and 6. Also, to accept the budget process calendar and authorize the county executive officer to make changes as necessary. The actual budget adoption for the internal service rates will be coinciding with the final adoption or the approval of the budget. The Budget Development Manual will serve as a starting point, final starting point for our budget process, and will provide procedures and guidelines and assumptions in the department's projection of their own budgets. The highlights includes increases or overall increase for General Services Agency of 3.5% as presented on your last board's meeting, including IT services of a 0.6%, workers' comp of a 5% increase, and flat for the general liability insurance, and also an increase in the retirement contribution due to the changes in the economic and actuarial assumptions. In keeping in line with the board's goal for good government and financial stability, this manual will actually try to effect good government in the sense that we're trying to preserve the reserves and also to make sure that we're fully funded with our self-insurance, maintaining that 100% level. And also, GSA and IT has worked or coordinated with the CEO's office in keeping or having some rate reductions. But however, due to the increases in the employer contribution for the retirement, it is recommended by those both departments to have minimal or at least modest increases. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Foy?
You got a new GSA director. You sure you want to accept that last GSA director's rates? You want to get
And I would just say not only preserve the reserve, but grow the reserve. I know we have a goal, and we should be hitting it by now, right?
Yes.
Any other comments, questions? Let's go ahead and have a motion, and maybe we can finish off our regular agenda item before we go to our 10 a.m. We have a motion and a second. And then let's go ahead with the Watershed Protection District. Mr.
Just one, Supervisor, I'd like to thank KMAND for compiling and coordinating the budget manual. Thank you.
No small task, for sure. Thank you. Mr. Clifford, this is a nice agreement that we're looking at, a good partnership.
That's correct, Chair Parks. I'm Tully Clifford with Public Works Agency, Director of the Watershed Protection District. This really is a simple matter. It's approval of a contract with the Farm Bureau to undertake an agricultural irrigation efficiency grant. It's really quite simple. We're very excited to be partnering with the Farm Bureau on this state grant under Proposition 84, given the condition of groundwater and the critical situation for the growers in this area. It will be an innovative countywide effort to improve the irrigation efficiency, and the contract will build on the Farm Bureau's existing outreach and technical services programs to ensure the funding achieves maximum water savings. We wanted to partner with the Farm Bureau because, well, first of all, they're an outstanding, very well-respected organization. They have access to the growers, not just to landowners, and that's very important. Regardless of the size of the growers, they will have access to them on an ongoing basis. They will have ongoing opportunities for education. They're solid and dependable, and they have outstanding knowledge of agriculture, the watersheds, and groundwater, and we think because of that, this program will be effective and it will be very important to the sustainability of our groundwater. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Bennett, you have a question?
Thank you. Not a question. I do want to make a few comments. We've been very successful at getting these Prop 84 grants, more successful on a per capita basis than any other county in the state. I think it's partially because our county's willingness to partner, and then because we have good partners out there that are seriously participating in the really important issue of trying to get this whole issue of groundwater figured out and everything else. So we're really in a very good position to go after this issue and do something really good in the long run for Ventura County because of this collaboration. So I want to thank the Farm Bureau and Mr. Christ for them stepping up and being serious about this topic, and for our staff for reaching out and coordinating with a good organization like this. So water is going to be the big issue for the next decade here, and this bodes well for us. Thank you.
And as I understand it, you'll be hiring a consultant to do the work as opposed to our staff?
Well, in essence, the Farm Bureau will be our consultant, and they'll be working with the technical folks and with the growers directly. So they'll be fulfilling that role.
And will they be hiring a consultant? I just wondered
They may be
who,
hiring technical assistants through the program.
Okay. And we might be able to help provide that? I don't well, it's
I'd
complicated.
say our resources are somewhat limited, but there's
Okay.
many other resources throughout the county that the Farm Bureau will be calling upon.
Okay. All right. Just wondering how the actual work will be carried out. All right. Do we have a motion? And a second? If we could please vote. Great. And I think that's the last item involving our staff. So let's go ahead and go to our 10 a.m. time certains. And the first 10 a.m. time certain, we have two, is the recommendation of Supervisor Parks to receive and file a presentation of the Partnership for a Healthy Ventura County Champion Awards in honor of March 26th as National Nutrition Month. And I do have a resolution. I think Rigoberto Vargas is going to accept the resolution. I'll go ahead and read it and then come down there. And then I know Selfa Saucedo will be here to help us with the presentation of certificates of awards for this wonderful award. Here is the Board of Supervisors resolution declaring National Nutrition Month, March 2016, and it reads, whereas obesity has been described as one of the fastest growing public health challenges the nation has ever faced, and in Ventura County more than 1/2 of adults and 1/3 of children are considered overweight or obese, and whereas including lost productivity, overweight, obesity, and physical inactivity related conditions have been estimated to cost California more than $41 billion each year. Whereas nationally, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, I got that right, recognizes March as National Nutrition Month. This year's National Nutrition Month theme is Savor the Flavor of Eating Right, and encourages consumers to develop a healthful lifestyle by promoting informed food choices and sound eating and physical activity habits. And whereas communities with access to healthy foods, nutrition information, and opportunities and motivation for physical activity have greater success in maintaining healthy lifestyles. And whereas the Partnership for a Healthy Ventura County recognizes that it is only through community-wide collaborative efforts that the goal of a healthier Ventura County can be achieved. And whereas the Partnership for a Healthy Ventura County also recognizes the efforts of local organizations and individuals working to achieve healthy outcomes through the Health Champion Awards. I don't want to mention the 2016 recipients as it mentions here. We'll leave that as a surprise for you guys to do. Now, therefore, be resolved, the Board of Supervisors does take great pleasure in recognizing March 26th as National Nutrition Month. And just having to say, you know, this is actually part of the mission of the County of Ventura. It's a healthy Ventura County. I'm going to come down there, and Rigo, I'll present this to you, and then we can get on with the awards.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Rigo Vargas, Public Health Director. Thank you so much for this proclamation in recognition of National Nutrition Month. We come before your board every other year or so to accept this proclamation to draw further attention to the obesity crisis, that even though the obesity rates for children in particular are leveling off and in some indications are tapering off, nevertheless they remain very high when 1 out of 3 children in our schools are overweight or obese. And so it is still very much a public health issue, and as with most issues in public health, we work in a collaborative manner with many great folks within public health, the healthcare agency, the whole county, and partners outside of the county. And that's really the work of the Partnership for a Healthier Ventura. That partnership has been in existence almost 15 years, and it started off as the Obesity Prevention Task Force, and then it transitioned to a Lean VC, and now it has its current name. And it does a lot of good work in terms of forums and workshops and trainings with a lot of partners around issues to promote healthy eating and active living with the overall goal of reducing the obesity rate further. So we thank you again for this proclamation, and this year we are taking this opportunity, as Supervisor Parks mentioned, to also have the biennial awards for those folks that have gone beyond the call of duty with regard to obesity-related prevention work. And for that, we have Salcedo here to help me and present those awards.
Let me give you the resolution to shake your hand. Right. Thank you for the good work you do, and with appreciation, and we'll turn it over to you, Salcedo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Salfa Salcedo, Ventura County Public Health. Every year in celebration of National Nutrition Month, the Partnership for a Healthy Ventura County nominates its health champions in each of its 4 categories: healthy at school, healthy at home and in your neighborhood, healthy at work, and healthy in healthcare. The 2016 Health Champions are being recognized for their contributions towards creating a culture of healthy eating and active living. This year, the partnership has selected an overall health champion for extraordinary commitment and support for policies that support healthier communities. To help me congratulate our health champions, I'd like to invite Kelly Leach, the chair of the Partnership for a Healthy Ventura County, to join me at the podium. She will be my Vanna. How about on this side? Our 2016 health champions are, beginning with Healthy at School, the Students Encouraging Social, Political, and Environmental Actions Youth Group at Santa Paula High School. Accepting for them is Nicole Janelle. Is she here? No, very good. So Nicole Janelle, Executive Director of the Abundant Table, and Jennifer Guntner with the Santa Paula Unified School District Food Service Department will accept the award on behalf of CESP. This youth group, CESP Youth Group, provides leadership opportunities, public speaking, and community service in the areas of agriculture, healthy foods, and nutrition. Youth are involved in projects which include bringing healthy foods to the cafeteria, developing strong partnership with local farms and service organizations and businesses. In addition to CESP, the Santa Paula High School Agriculture Science Academy, led by Mr. Alex Flores, the Ag Academy has been instrumental in the purchase of a 29-acre ranch, which will be the home of the new learning center, greenhouse, growing area, and expansion of an existing orchard. Future plans include expanding the agricultural program into the elementary and middle schools, with high school students leading workshops on agriculture and the importance of healthy nutrition. Mr. Flores was unable to be here. He is teaching, so accepting for him will be Kelly. Thank you very much. Our next Healthy at Healthcare Champion Award goes to Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurses Association. Dr. Daniel Dial, that's very good. I'm just checking to make sure he's here. Livingston Memorial has served Ventura County residents for over 68 years. Their mission is to deliver compassionate, high-quality, affordable health care to all. Livingston Memorial offers community health clinics for flu vaccines and blood pressure screenings, diabetes education, joint replacement classes, bereavement services, and other vital healthcare services. Accepting the award on behalf of Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurses Association is Dr. Lanier Dial, President and CEO, and Teresa Paven, President and COO. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. You can come over here on this side. There we go. Our next Healthy at Work Champion Award goes to the Ocean View School District. The Ocean View School District has adopted an incentive program to encourage employees to utilize preventative services Employees are eligible to receive a gift card for participating in the annual screenings. The program was designed after reviewing data that showed that only 29% of the employees were taking advantage of the preventative services. After initiating the program, the number of employees accessing preventative services increased to by 125%. So the goal is to improve employee health and reduce health care costs. Accepting for the Ocean View School District is Michelle Hallowell. Thank you. The Healthy at Home and in Your Neighborhood Health Champion Award goes to the City of Ventura's West Park Community Center. West Park provides a variety of safe, educational, and affordable programs and services to youth and families in the West Ventura area. The center directly supports residents by offering valuable resources that build and sustain healthy communities, such as food and produce distribution, health screenings, nutrition workshops, Zumba classes, community health fairs, homework, tutorial support, physical activity and recreation, enrichment classes, sports league, and youth camps. Is there anything you don't do? West Park is a true model for other organizations to follow in creating, supporting, and maintaining a healthy environment for local residents. Accepting the award is Mario Robinson, Youth Services Supervisor, and Anita Diaz, West Park Center Coordinator. This year we have a special award. A specialer award. A more special award. This year, the Partnership for a Healthy Ventura County has identified a special health champion. The partnership has selected an overall health champion. This health champion has been a health advocate for many years and for many health-related causes in Ventura County. Most recently, she has been instrumental in spearheading the county-wide health and all policy and resolution. She believes that the health and well-being of all people is a critical element in supporting a healthy Ventura County, including economic sustainability, workforce productivity, and slowing the rise of health care costs. We are proud to honor Supervisor Kathy Long for her commitment to building a healthier future for Ventura County residents. Absolutely. Please join us in congratulating the 2016 Health Champions.
Madam Chair, I'd like to commend Rigo and Selfa for the excellent work that they're doing with the community. One of the things that Selfa did not say, or maybe that's another program, is the community garden over in Colonia, where you have Zumba classes and you have classes where you're helping the school children and also the residents there to reduce obesity and also diabetes. So I know that that's probably another program that they probably need that award, but I just want to thank you for the excellent work and all the recipients today. Congratulations. And Supervisor Long, I like your hat.
You know, I wanted to mention, public health is almost the essence of what county government is all about when you think about it. You know, it really is. Thank you very much, Rigo, and thank you very much, Selfa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rigo and Selfa. Is that a receiving file?
It's so much easier. You don't have to aim or anything.
Okay. I make the motion.
That was a perfect award, Supervisor Long, and the good work of the community organizations. Supervisor Zaragoza made the motion. Do we have a second? Okay, and could we please vote? And that's to receive and file this presentation and happily acknowledge the awards. We could please vote. All right, and that passes. Correct. correct. I knew it would. All right, our next item then is celebration of Women's History Month, right? I know we have Deanne DeMiley here, and let's see. If you'd like to come up, and with the Women's Economic Roundtable, and then also the whole Women's Economic Roundtable. And then also we have with the AAUW, Sally Hibbets is here, and the Women's Economic Roundtable. Welcome, ladies. We had a wonderful moment of inspiration this morning. AAUW Meryl Berge from Camarillo came and did a great presentation of Susan B. Anthony. Absolutely. And then we have, was it last year that we decided, 2 years ago, we have named this award after Maggie Erickson Kildee and Susan K. Lacey. And we have both here. Don't be shy, ladies. And so we are so glad and honored to have you here at the board. It's nice to have all these powerful ladies helping to lead the way. And I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution, our proclamation here, and I would love to hear from you. It reads, whereas Ventura County residents will join women and men around the world during the month of March to celebrate National Women's History Month and recognize the many women who have shaped America's history under the 2016 national theme, Working to Form a More Perfect Union, Honoring Women in Public Service and Government. And whereas in 2013, by declaring every March thereafter Women's History Month, it was established that March would hold a particular significance to Ventura County residents, as the Ventura County Board of Supervisors named Women's History Month in Ventura County in honor of two pioneering female county supervisors, Maggie Erickson Kildee and Susan K. Lacey, and we're so delighted that you are here. And whereas the recognition of Women's History Month each March continues to pay tribute to Maggie Erickson Kildee and Susan K. Lacey, the first two women elected to the Board of Supervisors, which is especially meaningful because we're here too, no, because it's especially meaningful under the 2016 national theme that honors the contributions and the impacts of the nation's female leaders, the path to and within public service trailblazed by these dedicated women serves as a strong model for future generations of women working to better our communities, cities, counties, and nation. And whereas women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage, which we heard a little bit about this morning, as well as equal opportunity, but also in abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and the peace movement, all of which endeavored to create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life by constituting a major portion of the labor force, both inside and outside of the home. And whereas on August 6, 2013, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors established the Women's Economic Roundtable, and they are here before us today, and the leaders there, to bring together women's organizations throughout the county to address wage gap disparities, provide education and opportunities for women's career development, and advise the Board of Supervisors on recommended policies and activities that further promote women's economic growth in Ventura County. And this is the last whereas. Whereas the WER continues to serve women in Ventura County through its positive programs and activities, such as the formation of the Youth Advisory Council that encourages a new generation of young women leaders, the successful completion of a countywide women's conference, and the creation of a mentorship program that allows women in established careers to impart guidance to young women at the beginning of their journey. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors hereby declares March 2016 as Maggie Erickson Kildee and Susan K. Lacey Women's History Month. And in Ventura County, we all encourage our residents to participate in ceremonies, and I think we're having a little refreshments afterwards, too, as part of those ceremonies and educational programs and activities, and celebrate the many women in our communities, cities, county, and nation whose legacies have inspired generations. Thank you, ladies, for being here this afternoon, morning, and if you'd like to please give us some comments and some of your sage wisdom, too. We always enjoy that.
I am truly humbled to be in this group. I am Dion DeMaye, and I am the current chair of the Women's Economic Roundtable. And on behalf of that group and other women's organizations, we thank you so much for your support of women in Ventura County and for the celebration of Women's History Month. We are so inspired by Susan and Maggie and by so many women, certainly including Supervisor Long and Supervisor Parks, who have been really truly supportive and forward-thinking in putting together this group and supporting other groups. So we are here to celebrate. We hope you'll join us for a little social moment outside in the lobby. And again, just thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Others wish to have a comment? And certainly our supervisors.
Susan, I wore this hat for you.
I just was going to say, nice hat.
Thank you.
Kathy. It's great to be here, and it's great to be going away again. We do thank you. I know Maggie has something to say, but we do thank you for remembering all the females in the county and their contributions, young and old, experienced and new. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've given out a lot of resolutions, but I don't think I ever had one as long as that one. But I think that speaks also very well of the work that women are doing and continuing to do in this county, because it took that many words to mention all of the kinds of, and I'm sure it certainly wasn't inclusive of everything, but I feel really good about the fact that women in this county and in our country are actually finding their place and being recognized. It makes me feel good that it's not just one or two or five, but it's so many women, and I'm grateful to have been a part of helping that to happen. Thank you to all of you for the work that you continue to do for this county. I'm very proud of being a part of this county, and thank you for continuing that good tradition.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just say I mentioned this morning, Maggie, your recipient of the award Friday for Lifetime Achievement, and how nice that was, and that Maggie likes to tell how she has reinvented herself a few times over, but certainly as a teacher, as a supervisor, as a grand artist, and that's a story all in itself. Mm-hmm. And to have the leadership of Susan and Maggie as the first two women elected to the board is now the history, but it was so very significant in 1980 when that occurred. And now to say we've come decades ahead and we've advanced, and yes, we have, women still represent only 24% of the elected leadership in the state of California. We have room to grow and room to go and voices to be heard. And with the work of the Women's Economic Roundtable and many women throughout our county through the Women's Political Caucus and otherwise, we'll continue to raise those voices. So you raise the bar, and we keep trying to jump over it. So,
yes, and
we need to remember the young women who don't remember because they're young the battles that were fought.
That absolutely true.
And just so appreciate your mentorship and I think it's wonderful that you have the mentorship program for the young women, too, so we can help them establish themselves, too. And I just, thinking about 1980s, the first women, so how long was the county, here? It's like 80 years or something before they put women in leadership roles. So you did break that glass ceiling, and we are very grateful to you for that. And how about a photo with just the ladies, huh?
Okay.
Okay? Sorry, guys.
I don't know, Supervisor, maybe it only takes 25% to make up 75%, right, of the men.
The heavy reso.
You want us to go down with you?
I think he's just taking a photo.
Okay.
We should pile it.
There you go.
A little more, we gotta get that good looking purple woman in there. There you go. Come on, guys. We got some pictures to show.
He for she, right?
Yeah. You don't want me in the back, do you? This is a photo bomb. Yeah, they got you in the back. How you doing?
Oh, yeah. We'll have a short break.
You don't want, can we do this?
This is appointments now, right? Our appointees.
Just a boy.
Session now. We're at our 10:30 time certain on our March 8th, 2016 meeting. And we're going to go to item 30, and this is Supervisor Zaragoza regarding the Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. We've been talking about women and how important they are to Ventura County, to California, to the United States, to the world. And we have some great women here with us today that are representing the Boys and Girls Club, and two young men, too, that are with us from. And I have a resolution in a forum today, and I'd like to read this. And this is a resolution proclaiming March 7th through March 11th, 2016 as the National Boys and Girls Club in Ventura County, whereas young people in Ventura County will be tomorrow's leaders, and whereas many young people can benefit from professional youth services to help them reach their full potential, and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America are the nation's largest facility-based school youth programs. Whereas there are 7 Boys and Girls Club organizations in Ventura County, located in Camarillo, Greater Ventura, Oxnard, Port Hueneme, Moore Park, Simi Valley, the Greater Conejo Valley, the Santa Clara Valley, and these clubs provide services to thousands of young children annually. Whereas the Boys and Girls Club are places where great futures start. They are the forefront of efforts in academic success, healthy lifestyles, and good character and citizenship. Whereas the Boys Club organization in our state help ensure that our young people have positive alternatives off the streets and offering them a safe and supportive place to go and providing them with quality programs. Whereas the Boys and Girls Clubs of Ventura County will celebrate National Boys and Girls Club the week of March 7 to 11, 2016. Now therefore be resolved, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim March 7th through 11 as Boys Club Week in Ventura County and calls for all citizens to join in recognizing and commending the Boys and Girls Club organizations in our county for providing comprehensive, effective services to our young people in the communities. And I have the young ladies and the two young men to come over, and we have some resolutions for you. And I'd like to have all the board members join us, and I know we have resolutions for all of them. So if you want to join me, because we have your... Do you want to go and
yeah, if we
Aaron?
each have a little...
Okay. Go ahead, Aaron.
All right. Mr. Powers and Supervisors, I'm Jan Marholin, the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club for Santa Clara Valley. We're each going to speak about a minute and just give you some highlights from this past year from our clubs. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for helping us fund Pyru. We opened Pyru site October 1st, which was very exciting for the community. We had anticipated taking the overflow of after-school kids from Pyru Elementary School, which was about 35 kids, and we ended up with 40 kids. At the end of the week, we had 130 members, and now we have 154, and we average 50 to 80 daily. And we're getting very excited thinking about what's going to happen this summer. Because we've never been open for a summer in Pyru, but we're anticipating high numbers. And I think this just shows you that this is a positive place for the kids to be. And another thing is Pyru does not have a middle school or a high school. And what has happened is when the bus comes back to Pyru with these kids on it, a lot of them are coming down to the club and they want to mentor and work with the younger kids. So this truly has become an institution in Pyru, and I thank you for that. It's keeping a lot of kids off the streets and giving them something productive and exciting to do. So thank you for that. And then I wanted to thank Supervisor Long. About 18 months ago, I went to talk to her. Our facility in Fillmore is the old girls' gym from Fillmore High School. And she gave me one-time money of $25,000 because this room was a girls' shower room within this girls' gym. It was 720 square feet, and it was just in rubble from when the shower stalls had been knocked out. And so with her little bit of funding and introducing me to the trades and the unions, I was able, over 18 months, to finally open February 26th, the Tom McGrath Teen Study Room in Fillmore, which was huge. And we had a dedication there with Supervisor Long and the mayor of Fillmore speaking. And we had over 80 people there. And I mean, a lot of these people spent weekends. I spent weekends feeding them, and they did all the labor for free. And then we would go bargain for like rebar, drywall, concrete. And I have to tell you, I did learn that even though you get concrete, you need this dude called a pumper, that you need to get the concrete from the truck to the facility. So this was a learning experience for all of us. But thank you. When the room opened Monday afternoon, we had 25 teens waiting there, and they had been watching since second grade, and now they were in middle school, and they finally had a place to go. And it's the first time ever that club's had a library. So thank you very much.
It gets pretty heavy carrying that concrete bucket by bucket, doesn't it, right?
That was a learning experience. So,
I mentioned that this morning, Jen. I was so very proud to be there and happy that it finally is there. So good work by all.
Thank you. And one last thing, I look at this for our club over on the agricultural belt is this is a year of collaboration. We have partnerships with FFA in the high school. Oxnard College has given us an intern for marine biology and STEM. We are also working with Channel Island STEM professor Phil Hampton. And it's all these partnerships together make better programs for our youth. And I just thank you for your support.
Mr. Powers, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thank you very much for recognizing this week as National Boys and Girls Club Week. It's very important for the tens of thousands of young people that we serve in this community each and every day. I'm Erin Antrim, CEO for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Oxnard and Port Hueneme, and I just want to thank you for all the help and support that you've given to our organization over this last year. As you know, Nyland Acres is a big success for us. Thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza, for your leadership in that, and all of you for your leadership in that. We're serving over 100 kids a day there at Nyland Acres, and we have a really, really great support system from that community, and we're doing great work with the kids out there. Some really innovative programming through partnerships with Oxnard College and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We're really integrating our kids into STEM programming, and probably for the first time, or at least at that level, for the first time for them ever. Our kids went to the Clipper game last week. First time that those kids have been to a Clipper game, guaranteed, and that's an opportunity of a lifetime for some of those young people. Just a quick reminder, and I'm going to give you a couple things here. Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Oxnard and Port Hueneme serves 9,200 kids annually a year, about 2,700 kids a day through our 18 locations in Oxnard and Port Hueneme. 67% of our kids are ages 12 and younger, 33% of our teens, and 78% of our kids qualify for free and reduced lunch. So we're certainly serving the kids who need us most in our community. I want to just quickly let you know also that we were able to reopen our Port Hueneme location in November of this year, which is great. It was closed for 18 months, and we're really proud and happy to be back serving the kids in that community, serving well over 100 kids a day at that location, and we're very proud of that. We're going to be doing a lot of summer brain gain programs. It's really important for us that is our space. You know, there's not funding for summer school like there used to be when we were kids, and that's our space to make sure that our low-income kids do not lose that critical summer learning ability, and that they actually stay the same or move forward. So that's a big initiative that we're working on. We're really proud of our evening reporting center. Thank you for all your support with that. We've had over 100 kids come through the evening reporting center in the last 2 years, and about 60% of those kids stay on as registered members after their mandatory time. And that to us is the most critical measure, because we are continually able to make an impact on their life. And those are certainly the kids who need us most, and we appreciate our partnership with the probation agency and Mark Varela. And I just wanted to let you know, too, that in this last year, Boys and Girls Clubs of Oxnard and Port Hueneme won 2 merit awards. There's 3 highest program awards given out through Boys and Girls Clubs of America, and we won 2 of them. One for sports, fitness, and recreation for our sailing program in partnership with Fairwinds Yacht Club, and another one for our entrepreneurship program, which focuses on teens. So thank you. Thank you for all of your support, and we couldn't do this without this partnership, so thank you.
Top that.
That's going to be a tough one. Good morning, supervisors. I'd just like to thank you all so much for your support. My name is Sandy Cavone. I'm with the Boys and Girls Club of Simi Valley. I'm the Assistant Executive Director there. And on behalf of our CEO, our board, our staff, and the thousands of kids that we serve each year, thank you so much for your support of our programs. Supervisor Foy, thank you so much for being a huge support for the club and the community of Simi Valley. Just a few highlights of what our club has done with our youth in the last year. We serve about 400 youth a day. We have 250 children that we pick up with a fleet of 12 youth buses every day and transport to the club. We also provide 300 children a day from Title I schools with completely free academic enrichment programs to help them build their academic skills. We also last year, with the help of supporters in our community, provided over 100 children with a really exciting Lego Mindstorms robotics program, which they absolutely love. It's so much fun, and it was completely free to them. Most of the children that participated were from low-income families, so they would never have the opportunity to participate in a program of this caliber were it not from grant funds that we receive from community partners. And it also builds high-tech skills, 21st century skills in an increasingly global economy that really will help the county and our country remain competitive as it becomes more and more technological in the future. We're also really proud. We have a beautiful garden at the back of our building that, in partnership with our Park and Recreation District, they gifted us the land, or, well, they're actually just letting us use it, but they fenced it off for us, and we have groups of teen kids and younger kids that go out there 2 to 3 times a week and grow just an amazing assortment of vegetables, and it's so much fun for them to go and get their hands dirty in the dirt, and then they can enjoy the fruits of their labor with their families and other club members. So that's another great program that we've implemented in the last 2 years. And most importantly, I'm sure you all know that there's a heroin epidemic in our county. So the Boys and Girls Club of Simi Valley has really taken on a huge initiative to outreach to our teens. We've invested thousands of dollars in the last year through partnership with the Ford Foundation. We've received two $10,000 grants from them. And we've just done a ton of outreach in our community to the teens to get them in the club. We've provided them with the opportunity to go 3 indoor skydiving field trips, which they just think that's the greatest thing ever. Go-kart racing. We've done job workshops for them. So we're just really trying to invest in them. We want them to come and have fun at the club, but we also want them to help them develop a life plan so they can secure a bright future for themselves, and we help them do that step by step. So we would just like to thank you for your support. We'd love for you to come and take a tour of our facility. It's so much fun. There's so much great energy there. We invite you, please, to come anytime. We'd love to give you a tour, and we thank you so much for helping thousands of kids in our community have bright futures. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Powers, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Roberto Martinez. I am the CEO at the Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for recognizing Boys and Girls Club Week in Ventura County. So, as I mentioned, I'm the CEO at the Camarillo Club, where we welcome around 420 kids a day after school. So for those 420 kids, we feel around a 20 to 25 hour a week supervision gap, whereas the schools have done a great job for the day, but school day is over. Parents are still hard at work, and they're not going to get off for a couple hours, and then they still got to fight traffic and get to the Boys and Girls Club to pick up their kids. So what we do is we fill that gap, and we help them with their homework. We get them involved with different enrichment activities and programs. And one of those programs we'd like to speak with you about today is our bicycle repair shop. So as we are aware, budgets have been cut, and schools aren't able to provide all the hands-on STEM or wood shop that they maybe have in the past. So we have a bike repair shop that we're able to figure out in partnership with the city of Camarillo, as well with Bill's Bike Repair Shop in Camarillo, where we have bicycles that are donated from the community, and kids can go in there and they can fix up bikes, work on them. They work on it for 10 weeks. They take a bike home. We have a number of children from RAIN shelters, RAIN communities in Camarillo, a homeless transitional living shelter. We have a lot of those kids coming in, working on bikes, taking bikes, and they're riding them around. We also have a lot of kids who maybe got a bike for their birthday or for Christmas. It's been sitting on the side of the garage, collecting rust, maybe has a busted chain. They bring those bikes in, they work on them, they repair them, they take them home, and then they're riding around their neighborhood, and they're meeting their friends, and they're having a good time. So I really like to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak today, and continuing to support the Boys and Girls Clubs like you have. And also wanted to recognize Supervisor Long, who has served on our board and serves on our board right now, and has been a great champion of the club, so thank you.
That bicycle workshop's great. You're teaching them a skill set, too.
Well, hello. Thank you so much for having me. I'm from Greater Canal Valley. My name is Jennifer Wasusik, and I just want to say that there's some really exciting things that are going on in Canal Valley this year. We opened up a 7th site, and next fall we'll be opening up 2 additional sites. We serve over 4,000 members annually, and over 1,100 kids come in daily to the clubs. One of the programs that we're working on, or that we have really been working with, is our performing arts programs. Wow, I get really nervous when I don't know. So in the last 4 years, we've really outreached to work on our performing arts programs. We have several different dance programs that we offer. We offer Glee Club, Rock Band. We have served, in 2015, we served 990 kids in our performing arts programs. And last Saturday night, we had a program at the Civic Arts Plaza where we honored our Youth of the Year, and we had different acts come out from each of the clubs, so our kids were able to perform on the stage for, we had about 800 guests that came to attend the program, and it was just a great experience for the kids so that when they get in front of people and speak, they don't have anxiety like I am right now. Anyways, but thank you very much for your support, and with your support, we're going to continue to grow and serve these kids and do what we need to do to make a greater community.
Thank you. That superstar event is pretty neat. All the kids performing on stage is wonderful.
Hi, my name is Patty Birmingham, and I'm the CEO for the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Ventura. And I think all of us kind of have full hearts for the county. We are very grateful for all of your support. It's been a long-term effort. I've been with the club almost 27 years now, and I can say that probably we've been coming at least that long, if not longer, and it's always a great feeling to be in these chambers and to recognize the support that you give all of us. I want to let you know that we are fast approaching 78 years in Ventura. We've expanded. We serve the area of Ventura, the town of Saticoy, and also the Oakview community. And as you know, we get quite a bit of support through the county for our outlying areas of Oakview and for the Saticoy community. As we're approaching our 78th year of serving this community, I had to kind of chuckle that we were right after the group that talked about the Women's History Month. I just recently found out as we established a Founders Society that we were one of the first clubs in California that let the girls sneak into the boys' club. And we did it in 1979, and BGCA was not real happy about it, and a few hands got slapped that we were letting the girls in. So we were a little bit of the rebellious ones. However, I can now say that we are almost serving as many girls as we are boys at this day. We serve 2,000 youth a year. We have an average daily attendance of 500 children. Most of those kids attend between 3 and 5 days a week. And what that means is instead of being a drop-in program, this is actually a youth development program. We have a very strong relationship with the Ventura Unified School District through our ACES programming, and we've had that relationship now for about 13 years. They're very happy with what we're doing. We've learned to speak the same language, and that has helped us to benefit our children. The kids are receiving not only Boys and Girls Club programming through leadership development, the arts and cooking and dance and anything you could think would happen in a Boys and Girls Club, but they're also benefiting from mentoring relationships. They're benefiting from caring staff, and they're advancing and they're graduating. 97% of our kids are on track to graduate, and that is huge in any community. And we know that that's in no small part the support that we get from people like the County of Ventura. We're going to be having our Youth of the Year banquet tonight. What happens in many of our clubs is not only is a Youth of the Year selected, but every month we recognize youth for their outstanding character and leadership attributes. And I'm not going to cry. But each of us could tell you about those youth that come through our community and when they come back and the feeling that they get from attending a Boys and Girls Club. And they tell you what their life would have been like had they not attended a Boys and Girls Club. And the first thing that they tell you about is not the program, but the staff who were so important to them and the difference it made in their lives. Tonight we're going to be honoring 10 youth from our clubs. We're going to be honoring a youth from the 1st through 5th grade group, a middle school age group, and a high school age group. Each and every one of them are as excited as all get out. Not only because they have a place to go after school and caring staff to take care of them, but because somebody thought that they were important enough to be selected as a Youth of the Month and eventually a Youth of the Year. I saved a few tables, so if any of you would like to come, I know Supervisor Bennett is going to be coming tonight, and we would welcome you to come and hear these wonderful youth. They sell our program better than we ever could. Tens of thousands of youth have gone through the Ventura Club over the years. You would be very hard-pressed to go anywhere in this community and not find somebody who knows the name of Boys and Girls Club and knows that it's a great organization. We serve the kids over 244 days of the year. When we survey our kids, not one single one of them is smoking, not one. There are a few who have tried alcohol. We have a little bit of range to go on that one, and no pregnancies. So the programs work. We're serving those who need us the most, and I would dare say that we're probably saving the county and the city millions of dollars of people who maybe would be on welfare in the long term, who are growing up to be caring citizens, having jobs, and moving on to a positive future. So thank you for your support.
Good morning, and thank you for having us here. My name is Scott Mosier. I'm the CEO for the Boys and Girls Club of Moore Park. And I'm very appreciative of not only the proclamation, but the fact that the Board of Supervisors is familiar with the work that we do in our communities on a daily basis. I just want to touch on a couple of really quick things of some highlights for us this past year. And one of the areas was really expanding our STEM programming. This has been something that's been very important to us, and it's just the kids love it. It's taking off and creating that interest and sense of excitement for the girls in our program, and especially those kids that wouldn't have these kind of opportunities otherwise, is so critically important. And so that's been a big part of our program. We had a great summer program this past year, and one of our goals in a summer program is to help prevent summer learning loss. And as you know, kids slide back a few months in learning, during the summer. And we're very proud of the fact that, this past summer, of all our kids involved, 80%, did not slide back, maintained where they were at the beginning of the year. 9% actually increased, and their skill level was higher at the end of the summer than it was, at the beginning of the summer. So that was outstanding. We started a club soccer team as part of our Healthy Habits outcome, and getting kids more active more often. And when you're talking club soccer level, it's kind of a different level. And again, most of the kids we serve just would not be able to afford to participate in a program like that. And our staff working with them and getting some donors to help support them has really been fantastic. I always reflect on our civic engagement projects. Our kids are involved in community service projects, all ages, from our youngest ones, all the way up, at least once a quarter. And we've supported a lot of other organizations. And I think the thing that's a little bit unique, that a lot of the programs that we support and the kids doing a service project for another organization are organizations that our kids are beneficiaries of at the same time. And so when we're doing food drives for our food pantry, and just a number of them, it's been very fulfilling for our kids. We've been very fortunate. We serve 400 kids at our 5 locations in Moore Park, and that's a lot of kids. But at the same time, we have waiting lists on most of our programs. So even though we're excited about the things we've done, we have a lot of challenges ahead of us too, in terms of trying to strategize and how to create more facilities so we can reach out and serve more kids, those families that are in need of our services. And so that's kind of part of our strategic plan that we're going to be facing in the coming year. So thank you very much. We appreciate you recognizing Boys and Girls Club Week.
Board members, because we have resolutions for each one of them. I just want to thank you I think we're in good hands, as we mentioned before. Especially when we have young ladies like you folks taking care of our kids, thousands of kids, and they're 2 young men too. I just want to share with you that 200 years ago, I was a member of the Boys and Girls Club. In fact, I joined the Boys and Girls Club, Aaron, over on 7th Street back when I was just a little kid, and I just remember that they had a boxing team. And I wanted to act funny with one of my friends. I wanted to fight him, with the gloves. And he kept saying, "No, John, no, I don't want to fight you." He says, "Come on, fight me." We put the gloves on, 1 punch, and I was out, and no more. But I want to thank you so much, for being here, and we have resolutions for all of you. If the board can join us.
Supervisor Jericho, I just want to say a couple of things,
yes, sir.
If I could, from up here. And one, in the introduction, you said each one of you was going to talk for a minute about what you do in the program. And I thought the most passionate, great people in the county working with our Boys and Girls Clubs, nobody can talk for just a minute about what the great things are. And I'm really glad about that. I mean, I'm glad there's so much going on you couldn't squeeze it into a minute. And the other thing I just want to say is there is a partnership that we're really trying to grow between the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura and the Boys and Girls Club. And it's for a good reason, exactly what you talked about. We do some very special things in Ventura County. We probably do emergency prep better than most counties in the state. Our healthcare system is certainly maybe the best in the state, but certainly much better than every place else. There are a number of things. Our citizens are much more involved in land use decisions, and we have a special county as a result of that. So a lot of things that are special, but one of the things that we should really have as a goal here is that people go, wow, the Boys and Girls Clubs in Ventura County are really special. They're in better shape financially. They're in better shape in terms of what they get done. They're in better shape in terms of the quality of their staff, and they're in better shape in terms of the outcomes with these kids. And so you mentioned that it's really the link between the staff and, they don't talk about the program, they talk about the staff. And I would offer that what we really should view this as is that the county's investment of a modest amount of money is simply our attempt to try to help make that link between great staff and youth that really need great adults in their lives. So thank you very much, and I hope you'll take that message back to everybody in your clubs. But we really, 10 years from now, we ought to be able to say, wow, there's something remarkably different about Boys and Girls Clubs in Ventura County than any place else in the state. Let's make that the goal, and let's get it there. So thank you very much.
And I think 10 years from now, we're going to see all these great kids, like you had said, that are going to be doing great things. And everybody said, well, thank you for our support. Well, we just got to say thank you for what you're doing for our community. I mean, think about all the thousands of kids you're changing their lives, which are going to change brothers, sisters, family lives, and everything else in our next generation. I mean, we talk about what this is and how many people's lives have been changed. And by finding the right staff, people who care, who emotionally just get all excited, even as she said, after how many years, 20-something years of doing this, it's because of what people's lives are changed. And Mark's sitting out there going, this is
That's
what
right.
I see. These kind of people change lives that you have to deal with, right? And because of what they're doing, you're not dealing with these kind of people. That's the exciting part about it. So thank you for what you all do.
Let me share something else, too. And just recently, the board helped us, the Nyland Acres. I know we keep talking about Nyland, but I know, Aaron, there was quite a few young ladies that you guys mentored that are now going into the university. That one little gal in Canberra named Julie going to Julian. Chico State. So that's the kind of efforts and the kind of progress that we made with our children. I just want to share something else, too, that Supervisor Parks has asked me. When I joined the Boys and Girls Club, do we have any girls at the time? And we didn't. Yeah. But now the girls are running, or the women are running.
I would think that Ventura County is the leader in the state of California in the support that we've given to the Boys and Girls Club, and it just really is a reflection of the fact of the respect that we have for the good work that you do for our youth. So just thank you so much for what you do.
Yeah.
Should we all get
Can I
a
take
photo?
photos?
Yeah,
I have
let's
somebody's
take
who's.
photos.
Oh, here we go.
And thank you for running for the board meeting to get there, but that was really nice. You got to thank those folks, all those people that donated. It's been cool.
Can I stand next to you?
Sure.
Is that
Come on.
okay?
I'll go figure out where you're going to be. We'll sneak in
Right
there.
in front. Back in front.
If we could move a little bit more to this.
You okay?
Can we just take a...
Oh, here. Do you want to stand right here?
Next to Camarillo?
Yeah.
Stand by camera, Mr. One thing for everybody to be in the photo, can everybody take a step this way? There you go.
One more step. Big step.
Right.
Step backwards. Step backwards.
Step backwards.
Turn yourself around.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Oh, I left my camera. Do I stay here?
They'll send you one.
Lourdes, que sea.
Okay, one more.
Facebook?
Wait.
Facebook, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, just you can. That's right here. Yeah, there you go.
Ari, did you get one? Okay. 1, 2, 3. One more. Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Jan. How are you? Nice to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. May I leave some of our annual reports for all of you? They're really fun and colorful. So you don't know how the pictures are fun to look at.
Thank you. Doing a great job. And that was it. That was enough for me. But he was a good friend of mine.
Okay, we're now going to go to our next item on the agenda. And this is our 10:30 receive and file on our advanced publication of draft agendas. And I believe the CEO's office is presenting this one.
Yes, thank you, Chair Parks. Your board had asked our office to go and look at our policies for placing items on the agenda and to look for opportunities for possibly improving and enhancing transparency, the opportunity for public input, while at the same time balancing the need of our county team to keep moving forward with their business processes. And our clerk of the board, Brian Palmer, has done a great job of looking at other cities and counties to see what they're doing and then see if there's opportunities for us there. And as you can see in the recommendation, we do have a recommendation for you on the publication of advanced agenda. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Brian Palmer, your Chief Deputy Clerk of the Board. And the item before you today is regarding the advanced agenda publishing. The board had asked the CEO to review existing policies for placing items on the agenda and to make a recommendation that would accomplish the goals of greater transparency. And before I get on to our recommendations, I want to describe for you what our current process is. The current process, as we'll see, as defined in the admin manual in the next slide, is roughly a 3 to 6 week process. The admin manual calls for a 10-day review process, which is 2 weeks, and that 2 weeks ends 1 week before the publication, roughly 1 week before the publication of the agenda, hence we get 3. And the departments typically have a lot more work to do on that item to get it ready prior to the 10-day review process. And so we're at roughly 3 to 6 weeks to get an item on the agenda today. And as the slide points out, the current process already requires extensive resource and preparation to place an item on the agenda. Private businesses do not have this extra burden on their operation in order to get items approved. And given the time constraints to complete this process, it is extremely difficult to publish the final agenda any sooner than we already do. This slide shows the current policies lifted out of the admin manual. I won't read them all for you, but it essentially defines the current 10-day review process that I mentioned earlier. This is also out of the admin manual, and it calls for the publication of our agenda and materials on Thursday before the board meeting, which is what we do today. I would like to point out that the Brown Act also requires that the agenda be published 72 hours before the meeting. That 72 hours would equate to roughly Saturday at 8:30. We're already publishing on Thursday. That's 118 hours approximately before the board meeting. So we're already exceeding the Brown Act requirements as it is. Several items require more noticing than just the Brown Act, and I wanted to bring those to your attention to illuminate the fact that we are providing even more notice on certain items. Ordinances typically require 2 hearings, and a notice is published 5 days before the second hearing. Labor items typically require 2 hearings. Rates and fees items require a notice be published 10 days before the hearing. Real estate transactions require noticing of once per week for 3 weeks before the hearing. And Prop 218 benefit assessment calls for a notice of not less than 45 days prior to the hearing. For planning items, they call for a 10-day publication notice, and depending on the type of item it is, they have various radius that they also need to submit notices for. This slide shows the current publishing of the official agenda for all 58 counties. And as you can see, most of them are publishing on Thursday, which is what we're doing. There are a few that are publishing on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then just a few of them publishing after the fact. And again, this is what they're making available to their public.
And are those always for Tuesday meetings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We asked the cities of the County of Ventura, as well as the other counties in the state of California, for information on their practices of publishing anything prior to the release of the official agenda. Out of all of those entities, only 38 of them responded, and out of those 38, only 8 entities are publishing anything prior to the release of the official agenda. Out of those 8, only 3 of them are publishing anything to the public, meaning the other 5 are publishing it only internally to either staff or the board or some combination thereof. When I get to our recommendation, if you approve that, Ventura County would be a leader in the state in publishing what we're about to propose that we do.
Thank you.
This is an example. City of Ventura is one of the entities in the county. I believe it's the only city in the county that publishes anything prior to the release of their official agenda, and this is an example of what they publish. It certainly is not extensive of their agenda per se. It lists only those items that are formal or public hearings, and so it's very minimal in what they're releasing to the public. So at this time, the CEO's office is recommending that the clerk of the board publish a draft agenda with no materials, just the agenda itself, 8 days in advance of the board meeting, which would be on Monday, 1 week before the board meeting. It would include on it all of the items for that upcoming board meeting that have been reviewed by County Council. And in addition, it would include a section at the bottom for future items to be scheduled, where the CEO's office would place items that they believe have a high public interest or significant impact to the community or the environment. In addition, the clerk of the board would email to the Board of Supervisors an email similar to the one you're receiving now for the release of the official agenda, as well as utilize an email distribution list that the clerk of the board's office has for the public, which to date has over 600 subscribers. Email them the draft agenda when it's published as well. And we believe that this provides transparency to the board and the public that you were seeking earlier. You have in your packet a sample of the complete draft agenda. I want to highlight a couple of pages of that draft agenda. The first page, which is being shown on the slide, we wanted to make the draft agenda significantly different than the official agenda so that nobody would be confused in what they're seeing at the release of a draft versus what is published on the final. We all recognize that the final is going to contain potentially substantially different information than what was released on the draft. There are a lot of changes that take place right before publishing the final agenda. And then the last slide that I wanted to show you would be an example at the end of the agenda that would contain future items to be scheduled. And with that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Does the board have any questions? Supervisor Foy?
Brian, you did a good job presenting.
Thank you, sir.
Great. You've watched a few do that. No, this is great. I appreciate what you guys are doing. I know we've been talking about this for a long, long, long time. And the opportunity to get as much information out so people can have some time. And I know this isn't going to have all the detail behind it, but at least somebody's going to know, okay, this is coming up. What do I need? Do I want to be around? Do I want to be involved with this? I think this is really good for the public, and I think we're going to get a lot of people thanking us. And it's great. You know, we've done this transparency thing and everything else, and I know your CEO's office is really into transparency. This is a way to be as transparent as possible, to give people more opportunity to take a look and just reschedule or rearrange their schedule instead of Thursday afternoon or Friday when they look at it. Okay, I know something's coming, I can make it. So if I want to be here, to be involved. And just helps people be involved in government. I appreciate it. So thanks, Brad.
Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Zaragoza?
I think it's a good, transparent approach that we share with the folks, so they can have enough time on particular items that there might be, there are matters that they are, they want to share with us. And is this going to be like a probationary type amount or time, or are we?
It's not being proposed.
It's not being proposed technically, temporarily. The board can revisit the issue. We can certainly adjust the template as we need to if it's not working, but it's up to your board.
Okay, but I think it's a good, transparent approach, to help our constituency.
Great.
Supervisor Long?
How are we going to manage addendums and revisions the same way they're managed now?
Yes, ma'am. So, given the rules of the Brown Act, nothing is precluding departments or your board from submitting items after the release of the draft agenda on Monday in preparation for the release of the final official agenda on Thursday, nor would it stop anything from being included on the addendum agenda that typically we release on Fridays. The addendum has to be in compliance with the Brown Act, and it needs to be released within the 72-hour mark, so hence the Friday.
Okay, will it be incumbent on your shop and the CEO to kind of monitor this and see for a year how it's going, or where they're... My concern is expectations, and also I think there will be additional work on staff when, even though it may say draft, the public will have the right, and rightfully so, to call and try to reach a staff person to find out what is this really going to say, where's it headed, on that Monday.
Correct.
And one of the things that Supervisor Long, we did as part of this process was share this approach with our department heads and get their feedback and get their sense of understanding. And my impression is that they're very comfortable with the fact they recognize that they're likely to get calls sooner, say, for example, from the press or constituents about a project that's coming to the board. So they're prepared for that.
And what we're proposing doesn't alter any of the steps or the process that is currently both defined in the admin manual and those processes that we do that aren't technically defined. It really doesn't alter what we're doing. And the compilation of the draft agenda itself on Monday is virtually nothing in process time for my office.
Okay.
Because a lot of the, particularly the ones not by the board, but from the staff, are submitted weeks in advance, correct?
Because of that 10-day review process that translates that 10 days to a minimum of 3 weeks, yes.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, basically, what we're outlining here is just a continuation. I think all the way back to some years ago when we identified goals for our CEO. It was to be a county that has a reputation for transparency, and we're simply trying to continue to keep opening things up and making it as easy as possible for people to have advance notice in terms of what's going on, and at the same time, not create, not hamstring things so much that the departments can't function and get things in and make a modification, et cetera. So I think you have to view this as a good faith effort to try to go even further in terms of getting it out there and letting people know what's coming up. And I think that's the long and the short of what's going on. So we want to congratulate your office because you're certainly at the point of the spear in terms of that transparency, and the CEO's office has to do all that coordination with all those departments, and our department heads have to had to step up and go, hey, there's another level of notification that we want to engage in, and everybody I think is completely on board here in Ventura County for that. So congratulations to everybody for one more step to solidify what's already I think a very good reputation in terms of doing
Great.
Thank you.
And I'd like to thank Matt Carroll and Mr. Powers as well for the support and leadership during the compilation of this project. It's been really good effort on all of our parts, so thank you.
And I want to thank you, everyone, for their willingness, because it is something that I think is an important step for our county to take towards transparency, and one that we've been asked to provide. So I appreciate that there was the willingness to do this, and it will make us a leader because others have the ability and they are not. And I know we have a couple speaker cards, so we'll go ahead and hear from our public. Ms. Jensen?
Thank you and good morning. As you know, Ventura County CoLab represents over 450 businesses in the county. Many come who come before the Board of Supervisors for project approvals. And in addition, there are many policy changes that affect businesses that are on the agenda. And we feel that the strength of our business community is key to job growth in this county, and we appreciate this change. As an organization that regularly provides testimony on behalf of businesses on the impacts of board policies, we appreciate this step forward in public disclosure. CoLab has had a quarterly meeting with the CEO's office, and we have discussed with Mike Powers the frustration of only 2 to 3 working day notice for complex policy changes on the agenda. And sometimes these policy changes have been in the works for years, and they require quite a bit of in-depth study and research to gain the understanding of how these new policies would impact our members. In addition, as you know, business owners and employees likely need to rearrange their schedules to be here because the board meetings are during the week, during business time. And so advance notice of these items will be helpful in providing relevant testimony to you, the board, from those who could be affected. So CoLab is very much in favor of publishing an advanced draft agenda on the Monday preceding the board hearing, and very interested in the future items to be scheduled, because it helps us a lot if we can determine what's coming down the pike in the future. We agree with the CEO that this will benefit the public in having as much advance notice as possible. I recognize this will take some more time from your staff, but we do appreciate it. We do believe the county will be recognized as a leader in the state with respect to public access, and will be an inspiration, hopefully, to other counties and cities to follow this example. So we recommend that you adopt the policies, and thank you very much.
Board members?
Move the recommended action.
And I'm just hoping that, I know people said that maybe there are going to be more people calling, but a lot of the times people are asking questions here because they didn't get a chance. Hope they're going to call those and they don't even have to show up because they understand it and make it a little easier for them.
You know, maybe Moorpark would like to see this.
And while this doesn't specifically address the issue that brought it forward, it's a good outcome, and I'm delighted to see that we're doing this. So, with a motion we have and a second, please vote.
Thank you, Brian. Good job.
So, Brian, I guess if other people can't do it, are scared to get up and talk, you can do it for them. You do a great job. Huh?
Great. Thank you, Board.
To our next items, which we'll be going back to, we have an addendum item. Does that sound like the place to go? Oh, we have correspondence agendas, and we have, okay, all right, so we have a few. Not to confuse things, let's just go by numerical order. 36. And Supervisor Bennett, this is a recommendation from you to appoint.
Please, yes, a recommendation to appoint Grace Malloy.
Yeah.
Had a chance to interview her. New generation kind of coming through, and she's married into the Malloy family, the famous surfers of Rincon Point. And so I think just a really healthy perspective for the Ojai Valley, and very representative of key constituents of people in the Ojai Valley. So I move that we appoint her to the Ojai Valley MAC Advisory Council.
We have a motion and a second, if we could vote. We'll go then to item 37, and this also is an appointment, and this is with you, Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you, and that's to put forward Vickery Steinman to serve on the Women's Economic Roundtable. She is a teacher for many years in our school district, Pleasant Valley, but she teaches 7th and 8th grade history and civic engagement, and very active on the Boys and Girls Club, on the Chamber of Commerce, and just excited about serving. She'll be an outstanding representative there, and that's my motion.
Thank you. And I was just interviewing for that slot. I have an opening, and it's so difficult because there's so many women that are qualified and want to serve and would make excellent additions. It's a tough decision. So if with that vote, we'll go to then, one person hasn't voted, who shall remain nameless.
No count, good for nothing.
Shall remain nameless.
And then we will go to item 40, or I guess this is just the correspondence agenda, which is items 40 through 42. And we can have a vote on that. And now we can do the addendum item 43 on the El Rancho Cemetery.
Yes, I'd.
I'm going too fast, sorry.
Oh, she misses a week. Look at that. Recommending Brenda to new trustee for the El Rancho Cemetery District. She's done a lot of community service, brings a human resource background, and she's enthusiastic to be involved, so we're glad to have her.
What does he know that we don't? And I think at this time, after we've all voted, we can go to closed session and then come back for our 1:30 time certain on Laura's Law. Okay, we will do that then. Is there something else missing, Supervisor Zaragoza?
Do we have the financial,
Planning Committee meeting? Yes.
I thought we could do that after closed session.
after closed session? Okay.
That works.
Thank you. We'll do that.
All right. Maybe.
Okay, we're going to come back into our regular session and start with an announcement from our County Council. Mr. Smith?
Thank you. A brief announcement on item 39, conference with legal counsel. The board authorized County Council to initiate litigation against Broad Beach Geologic Hazard Abatement District regarding its agreement with the City of Moore Park, purporting to control truck traffic in connection with Broad Beach's sand replenishment project if necessary. And the vote of the board was 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's if necessary. Our item then, our 1:30 time certain, we'll go to. And this 1:30 time certain is to receive and file the Behavioral Health Advisory Board summary report on Laura's Law. And this gives us an opportunity to take the staff recommendation. And at this time, if our Behavioral Health Department staff, Executive Director Elaine Crandall is here to present the report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, members of the board, CEO Powers. I love the fact that I started out with a raise, and I'm now Executive Director. Thank you very much. So I'm here today to talk about AB 1421, also known as Laura's Law. I have two recommendations, is to receive and file the Ventura County Behavioral Health Advisory Board summary of Laura's Law workgroup process, issues, discussions, concerns, and recommendations. And at this time, I ask that recommendations 2 and 3 in the board letter be removed and replaced with the following recommendation, number 2, to direct county staff to include in the budget process for 2016-2017 budget recommendations for the appropriations, allocations, approvals, and findings necessary to implement Laura's Law in the County of Ventura for fiscal year 2016-17, and a revised board letter has been submitted to the clerk of the board.
We have these board letters here with the recommendation regarding directing to include it in the budget process.
Yes, ma'am. Oops, where's my PowerPoint?
I'm sorry, and this also been made available for public to have?
I don't believe I have enough copies for the public.
Okay.
Well, we can take care of that. We have Xerox machines aplenty in this building.
Put a couple of them out there anyway. Yeah.
There's a couple out there.
Excuse me, is it possible to project that language up on the screen? This is going to be a long hearing. Is there somebody that could do that and at some point it show up on the PowerPoint, just so everybody gets a chance to? I'm a visual learner.
The recommendations, yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and let's go ahead and get
Thank
to
you.
the recommendation at the end of it.
AB 1421, known as Laura's Law, was enacted in January of 2003. It established a discretionary program for counties allowing for involuntary court-imposed outpatient treatment for persons who are mentally ill and meet specific criteria. AB 1421 is codified in the Welfare Institution Code, but is not effective in any county unless the Board of Supervisors authorizes implementation by resolution or through the county budget process and makes a finding that no voluntary programs will be reduced as a result of implementation. Currently, 13 counties have plans to implement. Santa Barbara, have adopted. Santa Barbara has a plan to implement. Nevada County implemented in 2008, and the balance of the counties have adopted Laura's Law between 2014 and 2015. In May of 2014, the Board of Supervisors asked the Behavioral Health Advisory Board to provide a recommendation on whether or not we should implement Laura's Law. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board created a work group to look at the issue in June of 2014. The work group included various stakeholders, such as family members, National Association for Mental Illness, NAMI, representatives, the Client Network, law enforcement, Public Defender's Office, Behavioral Health Advisory Board members, staff, and consumers. Additionally, I thought you had a question. Additionally, multiple presentations were made to the work group, and a review of available literature was distributed by the chair of the group. Several letters of support and one letter of concern were submitted as part of the work group process and discussed. In addition, one letter of support was sent directly to your board by Turning Point Foundation, and a letter of support was sent to the department by the Ventura County Social Services Task Force. All letters are included as exhibits for your board's consideration. In May of 2015, the work group voted to recommend the implementation of Laura's Law to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and at the June Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting, a motion was made and a vote was passed to implement Laura's Law with an 18-month review following the collection of data and outcome measures to ensure the program is achieving results expected. In preparation for today's presentation, the department has reached out to the public defender, sheriff, district attorney, probation, human services agency, Ventura County Medical Center, the county council, and gave them the opportunity to provide input. To this date, actual planning has not yet taken place. This chart shows that the service model of an assisted outpatient treatment, which is a Laura's Law treatment, is very similar to the full service partnership and the evidence-based assertive community treatment, FSP, ACT, that we currently have running in our program. We are set up very nicely to start up an AOT, and between our, I'm sorry for acronym soup here, between our FSP and ACT programs, we are prepared to get started. Additionally, we do have something called RISE. I think you have brochures there, which is our Rapid Integrated Support and Engagement that could be leveraged for engagement processes, and we do have an active mental health court already in place. Just a little bit about what is an FSP and an ACT. An FSP, a full-service partnership, is a set of intensive wraparound services that provides a whatever-it-takes model for people with mental illness. It's a required set of services within MHSA. The ACT, or Assertive Community Treatment, is an evidence-based practice model designed to provide treatment, rehabilitation, and support services to individuals diagnosed with severe mental illnesses and whose needs have not been met through a more traditional mental health service model. Staff to ratio is the same as an AOT, 1 to 10, and services are provided 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for as long as they are needed. Looking at this slide, you can see that through the check marks that there are more commonalities than there are not. There are 3 particular areas that FSP and ACT do not cover in an AOT, and that is the extended outreach and engagement, the court order process itself, and the education and training, which is one of the first steps when enacting or implementing Laura's Law. So you might be asking yourself, if we have so many programs that are already similar, why should we do an AOT program? There are a subgroup of individuals with serious mental illness that don't engage in voluntary services. And they don't engage for a number of reasons, and a couple of them include the fact that some people are not aware that they're mentally ill, and so they don't recognize that they need help. They may have experienced trauma or stigma as part of the services they have received in their past. And they may just have difficulty accessing our system and navigating through it. And it may be very frustrating, and so they don't engage. When individuals with serious mental illness do not voluntarily engage, then there's limited options available to them to reduce the repetitive crisis events and hospitalizations. Laura's Law applies only to those individuals who have been determined are unable to access community services voluntarily. So it's another tool in the toolbox. I want to spend a few minutes here giving you some pros and cons. I think this would be a good place to do that. There are a number of organizations in favor of Laura's Law. They include the American Psychiatric Association, NAMI National, California, and our local affiliate, California Hospital Association, California State Association of Counties, and California Behavioral Health Directors Association. Ethical arguments for mandated outpatient include, in favor, the obligation to act for the greater good of the patient. This is particularly relevant to those who are not always able to recognize the health implications of their decisions because of the adverse effects of mental illness on their brain. Another ethical concept in favor is the principle that one should act to produce the greatest good for the greatest number of people. In opposition, and let me give you some statistics from Nevada County, the outcomes that they have produced. Nevada County has reduced hospitalization by 46%, incarceration by 65%, homelessness by 61%, emergency contacts reduced by 44%, and they state that for every dollar that they've spent, they've saved $181 or $252 as a result of these reduced incarceration, arrest, and hospitalization. Organizations in opposition to Laura's Law include the Disability Rights of California, ACLU of Southern California, California Network of Mental Health Clients, California Association of Mental Health Peer-Run Organizations. Primarily, they cite that coercive treatment is ultimately ineffective and undermines a therapeutic relationship, that stigma drives the perceived need for involuntary treatment, and that enhanced community services actually produce the positive results, and there is no real evidence that court-ordered care is responsible for the improved results. As for the outcomes that have been reported by those that have conducted studies, those in opposition state that research evidence is lacking, especially randomized controlled trials that support the efficacy in AOT in practice, that those studies lack objectivity, and it does not discuss the confounding effect of the clinician rather than the actual treatment. While an AOT may include compliance to a treatment plan that is ordered by a judge, it does not authorize forced medication, the use of restraints, nor does it place people in locked institutions. In fact, a main goal of an AOT is to avoid these things. It's important to note that while assisted outpatient treatment provides counties a way to obtain court-ordered treatment to comply with a plan, if an individual refuses to participate, the court enforcement is limited. The court may, under the Welfare Institution Code 5346, order an evaluation whereby a client is transported to a facility under a 5150. If the facility determines that the client meets criteria, the client is detained and treated and evaluated for AOT criteria. If, however, the hospital does not find that they meet criteria, they may not hold the individual. Clients who meet criteria and are actually go through the petition process and who agree to their individualized plan on or before the conclusion of the hearing of their petition may waive the right to AOT treatment hearing under a settlement agreement. In these instances, a person is considered to have received AOT services. Your board must make a finding that no adult or children's mental health services are reduced to implement Laura's Law. And finally, I just want to note that there is a bill currently in process, AB 59, that moves the sunset of Laura's Law demonstration project to 2022. In its current iteration, it is due to sunset in 2017. The department is proposing to launch with approximately 20 clients. The Community Leadership Committee has allocated MHSA funds of $600,000 in the first year. We do expect to have Medi-Cal billing as a revenue source, and depending on the finalization of a contract and the actual number of clients served, cost per participants may vary. There is a potential for a general fund request, particularly related to other partner agencies such as County Council, Public Defender, and courts. These costs were not included as part of our cost estimates, and we really won't know what the impact will be until we actually start the program. The costs vary. I looked at different counties. They vary from county to county. I've seen everything from $20,000 to $80,000 a client. I think there is no norm at this point, and it depends on what they already have running in their counties. If your board elects to move forward, we'll just continue to communicate with counties. In fact, I've asked our CBHDA to form a special group of counties who have adopted Laura's Law to begin meeting regularly to gain lessons learned and share information and best practices. So who is eligible to receive services? As you can see, there are 9 criteria. A client must meet all of these criteria, so they must be 18 years or older. They must be suffering from a mental illness. There must have been a clinical determination that a person is likely to survive safely in the community without supervision, and that the person has a history of lack of compliance for treatment for his or her mental illness. So if someone walks up and says, I volunteer, I would like to receive services, we would put them into our ACT program. They already would be ineligible for AOT if they volunteer at that point. If they volunteer later, they would be counted at that point as an AOT client. And at least one of the following are true. They must have had 2 psychiatric hospitalizations within the last 36 months, or 1 or more threats or acts of serious and violent behavior towards himself or another within the last 48 months. A person must have been offered an opportunity to engage and participate, but have failed to engage. The person is deteriorating, and that finding that the participation in AOT would be the least restrictive environment for them to ensure their recovery and stability. And in view of their treatment history and current behavior, the client is in need of AOT in order to prevent deterioration or relapse. And that finally, it is likely that the person would benefit from an AOT treatment. Our team will include a psychiatrist, psychologist, therapist, case manager, peer specialist, and we may be able to include a registered nurse or substance abuse counselor. The AOT team will conduct the outreach screening and linkages, and our professionals will conduct the assessments and testify in findings and recommendations to the court. Our cost impacts would be an increase to our ACT program if we enact AOT. Our housing costs will probably increase, and we should see an increase in our flex funding. Please note that, again, I want to note that any costs related to legal counsel, public defender, and courts are not included in these estimates. In return, we should see a decrease in activity with our adult crisis stabilization unit, now called the ANR, in psychiatric hospitalizations, in ER visits, jail, and encounters with law enforcement. This is a little hard to read, but I'll just give you a high-level summary. This is how the flow of clients would come through. Basically, there would be a referral, and throughout the process, I want to mention there are several places an individual is given an opportunity to volunteer to go into treatment. If, in fact, we do file a petition, a public defender is assigned, and at the hearing, the client may still volunteer through a settlement agreement. If the hearing continues, the court may either dismiss if they don't find enough evidence that they meet criteria. If they find that AOT criteria is met, they can order treatment up to 180 days. They can continue the hearing if, for example, an examination was not completed. If a client refuses services or the court finds reasonable cause to believe the petition is true, they may order an evaluation through a 5150 process. If the treatment is ordered and the client does not participate in treatment, the client also may be subject to another 5150 or 72-hour hold evaluation. I want you to know that we will be tracking various outcomes and points of service and cost And here's some examples of outcomes that we expect to see: medication compliance, an increase in medication compliance, cost avoidance, overall client health and client functioning, and a reduction in harmful behaviors, psychiatric symptoms, homelessness, arrests, incarceration, and hospitalization. Additionally, within Laura's Law itself, there are a set of reporting requirements that go to the state, and our Behavioral Health Advisory Board has requested, once data collection begins, that information is reported on a monthly basis. If your board adopts 1421, the department will begin to consider who should be a service provider. An RFI has been issued, and staff are currently reviewing materials. We will begin training and education regarding Laura's Law eligibility and rights to our families and stakeholders, and we will begin to develop the detailed process plan with our partners and stakeholders through a series of meetings, including Ventura County Medical Center, DA, Public Defender, law enforcement, courts, and our social services, and we'll begin to accept referrals. Now, how long will it take to start up? From looking at other counties, about 3 counties took 4 to 5 months to start up. 4 counties took 1 year to start up, and 5 of the 12 counties who have adopted have not yet implemented. So before taking any questions, I just wish to thank the members of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, the Laura's Law Work Group, and the CLC. Many of them are sitting out here today for their commitment, and to our staff. Also, many of them are sitting out here today. To our CEO, our county council, for their support and guidance in preparing for this presentation. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, before we go to the public, are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Bennett.
I appreciate the presentation and the work everybody's done to get this here, mostly because it came up during the homeless hearings oftentimes too. We hear these numbers about how much money you're going to save in these alternate programs. So you mentioned Nevada. Can you tell me how firm you think those are? How will we be able to decrease the jail's budget by X if we do this? It's not the decision maker for me. I want to be clear to the public, but it's mostly I don't want to get misinformation out there, right?
Yeah. I actually had an opportunity to speak with a Nevada County director, and the way they calculated their, I'm going to call it cost avoidance. Savings is sometimes used, and it's not the most accurate word. Because they have an eligibility criteria that includes hospitalization and likely some jail time, they look back and they calculate, the number of ER visits, the number of hospitalizations, and then during the course of the treatment, which can extend up to 1 year, they calculate forward the number of times, and so they are able to extrapolate what they haven't engaged in and calculate forward. Will it reduce the number of people's? It will reduce it for that population group. So if there's 20 people, the likelihood of reduction of use of those services for those 20 people will be the result of any calculated cost avoidance.
But when somebody does that calculation and they factor in all the fixed cost and then they divide it by the X number of people treated, if you take my question is, do we have evidence that that was the marginal cost or was it the average cost? Because a lot of people take the average cost, which includes all the fixed costs, which don't go away just because you don't have one or two people there.
That's a good point. I actually don't know the answer to that.
We don't know that.
Mr. Powers?
If I could, too. Excuse me, as I understand it, there's some counties that have programs like we do, the FSPs, the Community Model, the ACT, and so forth. There's some that don't.
Correct.
Right, and so it's going to be a bigger ramp up for other counties that don't have a lot of the community programs that we have in the RISE program and so forth. Is Nevada County was one that did have or didn't have as much?
Did not have.
Did not have as much. So that affects their results probably a lot more than it would have. Yeah.
Madam Chair. Again, partially, I just to finish up, I just want to be consistent. When the homeless arguments get brought up, this argument gets made, and we've consistently said if we need to see that it's going to save real dollars where we can actually cut the sheriff's budget if we're going to do that. I suspect this program is similar to that, and it's not any reason to not go forward with it, but it's also, I just want to have that clarified.
I think it's a very stimulating topic because cost avoidance, some of it will hit our budget, and actually I would love to see, especially on the hospitalization side in terms of bottom line, So with the return on investment for us, if we see reduction of hospitalizations that we do pay for in and out of county, we actually might see actual ROI in our own budget.
Great.
But for the system, it's an interesting topic to talk about. How should the system behave in terms of supporting this kind of a effort?
Thank you.
And Supervisor Long and Supervisor
Thank you for your work on this. AB 59, the goal of that legislation, is it the only goal of the legislation is to change the sunset date?
There's also some reporting goals.
Okay.
Originally, the AB 59 actually eliminated the demonstration piece where counties could opt in and out, and they left that piece in the latest, they took it out, excuse me, in their most latest revision. So it's still a program, Laura's Law is still a program where the county has a choice on whether or not to adopt. At one point, it was just going to be all counties will.
Okay. So the county adopts, then it's in until 2022 at
That's
least.
what I understand.
If it should sunset.
If we do it through a resolution.
Right.
I think the budget process gives you more of an option.
Right. Okay, that's it for now.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yeah, the question I had, Elaine, is the OAT team that you're going to put together. They determine the eligibility for the, as defined by 1421 as to who's eligible. So they determine, they look at the age and look at all the criteria in order to determine whether they're eligible for that.
That's correct. And when if in fact they petition to the court reviews all of those materials, and they determine whether or not they will dismiss or move forward with a hearing.
Is that the same team also going to look at the outcomes of the?
They will probably be the group of people that will be gathering the data and submitting it into our system, and then we do have an evaluation group that will be providing the reports and analyzing the outcomes.
Yeah, because you look at the increase in medication, cost avoidance, and then the decrease would be in homelessness, arrest, and et cetera, so they'll compile that also.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Foy?
Elaine, you use Nevada as your example, Nevada County, but that's not a big county, so how do you determine what that is?
Yeah, the groups that have, the other counties that have implemented, the 8 counties that have implemented, they've been very recent in the last year or the last 2 years. It's a little early to tell at this point the strength of the results. But Nevada County is probably it is the longest county that has implemented Laura's Law. They are very much smaller than us. The culture is different in terms of, they talk about, they can meet up with the sheriff and a mental health professional in the park, and they can, it's a small community. So we've also looked at LA, and it's very hard for us to compare to LA too. So for us, I think we're going to do our own lessons learned here.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And I did ask that you provide the RISE program because I think it seems like it's very similar clients. Could you tell me where it may be different, or would it potentially be the same?
It could be potentially the same because RISE reaches out for people who might fall through the cracks as well. They may not technically meet every 9 eligibility criteria, but they are people who tend to fall through the cracks. Again, RISE is there to work to engage people voluntarily, and AOT is really a tool for when people decline and if they meet that criteria.
And the goal of the AOT, though, is to get that voluntary agreement with
Always
the patient.
is, I think, in terms of outcomes too, I think people, if they participate voluntarily in their own healing, then it is more than likely they will have long-term effects.
Absolutely. And beyond just the dollar and cents, I think the goal here is to reach a population that we have not been able to reach yet. And to me, that's saving lives. And when I think, we talk about saving lives in the emergency room and physical health, but truly if you can bring someone back to from where they are in severe mental illness, we're saving that person's life. So
We have several comment cards here, and I've passed them around. Supervisor Foy, I think they're in the red envelope. We'll folder, and we'll bring it back over to this side of the dais, too. So for those people who just wanted to write their comments, the Board of Supervisors will have the opportunity to read them. And then I've got looks like maybe 15, 20 cards here, so we'll limit you to 3 minutes. And I'll go ahead and call from the order that I received them, starting with David Deutsch, followed by C.C. Casey, and then Roberta Grego. So, Mr. Deutsch, you're up.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, and Mike Powers, County Executive Officer. I'm glad to be here today. I think one of the things where I want to start off is the chart, the flow chart that was hard to read. At the very top of that, the very first thing said family members. And I'm the director for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Ventura County affiliate, and that is in large measure where we kind of come into the picture. It is rare for us to experience a week that goes by without a call from a family member who is desperate and at their wits' end about what to do with their loved one, who doesn't think that they have mental illness or who doesn't think that they need services, that they are going to be able to work things out on their own for whatever reason. But as in the estimation of the family members, they are very, very clearly in need of help. What this will allow our county to provide for people are some of the highest risk people in our county who are not getting services will have a channel into needed services. When we talk about the cost or the cost savings, because it's a small number of people, it's tempting to say, well, of these people, if we, as they come into a program, let's look at their histories of incarceration, histories of hospitalization, because you can put an actual dollar amount on that. What we would really like to see is before that happens and before that person has that track record of all those costs, that we're able to keep them from deteriorating in terms of their mental state, and that they would not end up in the cycle of incarceration or the cycle of hospitalizations that we are all too familiar with in our county. We are very strongly in support of this. Our family members that are members of NAMI Ventura County are very, very strongly in support of this. We believe it will be something that we are uniquely qualified in Ventura County to implement. We are different than Nevada County. We're certainly different than Los Angeles County and Orange County. I think the nature of our system of mental health treatment in our county makes it a very high probability that we will be able to implement this in an effective manner. We have the people in place who are aware of what ACT model programs are like. That's going to be a basis for a lot of this treatment. We have the ability within our legal system to really positively impact the people that would be coming in front of judges and that would be interacting with the public defenders. We have compassionate judges in our county who I think are far up the learning curve about mental health issues. I've been contacted and met with some of our criminal court judges who have made it really clear that they want things in place that will keep the same people from recycling through their courts over and over and over again who are clearly severely mentally ill. The same situation exists with people who cycle through our jails as well, and we have a head sheriff and we have excellent jail commanders in our county who are very, very much in favor of creating whatever they can while people are in custody to promote mental health services for them while they're in custody and for those services to continue once they're released from custody. So NAMI Ventura County and myself as an individual are strongly in support of this law. We would like to see it implemented in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. And I let you go a little longer because you represent an organization. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as I understand, we have the mental health court, and that would be the same system that we would use. C.C. Casey, followed by Roberta Grego, and then Janine Singer-Bear.
Well, thank you, David and NAMI, for being in support of Laura's Law. Board of Supervisors and Mike Powers, thank you for directing the Laura's Law Work Group in 2014 to study and ultimately recommend its implementation in 2015 to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Now its approval is before you. After studying data and its effectiveness in other counties, and of those 13 other counties who adopted Laura's Law, AB 1421, the evidence to support treatment for the severely mentally ill is clear. Outcomes and data support court-ordered, evidence-based, assisted outpatient treatment that provides housing, supports, services, and programs, a whatever-it-takes approach, according to the Welfare and Institution Codes. Outcomes and data support the evidence-based assisted outpatient treatment. And Laura's Law reduces costs and suffering for those who cycle into hospitals, jails, and who are homeless. The Laura's Law 2003 California state law is outcome-driven, designed to launch treatment to those who suffer from severe mental illness with specific criteria and who suffer from a debilitating symptom called anosognosia, or a lack of insight that prevents them from seeking treatment. Without treatment, behaviors can be detrimental to them and others, and the decompensating leads to acute care and very restrictive facilities or homelessness. Laura's Law brings light into the darkness, despair, and isolation, and embodies hope for treatment. It sheds a light on what society has alluded to the unclean, cut off from societal privileges. Mental Health Service Act funds are designated for this program that is so desperately needed for them and their families, who have been tormented since the manifestation of their loved one's medical condition, striking most in their late teens or early 20s, and are devastated by the lack of available treatment. Laura's Law is another opportunity before you to provide treatment for those members of society who have been dismissed and forgotten, wandering the streets homeless, and who are overcrowding the jails and prisons. The Assisted Outpatient Treatment Toolkit, when effectively implemented, produces the desired outcomes for the severely mentally ill population. And the data is clear and convincing. Please, let's waste no more precious time and begin implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey, and thank you also for your longtime advocacy for this. Roberta Grego, followed by Janine Singer-Bear, and then Janice Gardner.
Members of the board and Mr. Powers, I am Roberta Griego, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of my husband, Ernie, and myself. Ernie is the father, and I'm the stepmother of a 34-year-old son who is just one that Mr. Bennett spoke about. 4 years out on the street homeless and suffering with severe mental illness. So I'm here today to tell you, when I saw the chart of the 9 requirements, and I know that my son meets all 9. With that, it's hard for us as parents every time we see him and have those encounters to see how his life is deteriorating before our face. And definitely the fact of how he needs the help, even though he knows in his heart he doesn't need the help. But if it continues on, I'm not sure where this will end up. So I beg you and ask you on behalf of parents of one that has this situation going on, that you do pass this. And definitely we're hoping with the window of opportunity that's here that Ernie and I can get our son the help so needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Janine Singer-Bear, followed by Janice Gardner, and then Jerry Harris.
Good afternoon. My name is Janine Singer-Bear, and this is my son, Brandon McCullen, and he's a 23-year-old autistic man. I'm sure you're probably wondering what this has to do with the Laura's Law, but it does. In Ventura County, the numbers of people with autism that are being serviced by Tri-Counties Regional Center right now, 3 years old through 7, mild is 117. 3 through 7 years of age, moderate, 215. 3 through 7, severe, 11. 8 through 15, mild, 140. 8 through 15, mild, 140. Moderate is 380. 8-15, severe, 20. 16 years old through 22, mild, 12. 16 through 22, moderate, 56. 16 through 22, severe, 2. 22 years of age and up, mild, is 97. 22 years of age, moderate, is 213. 22 years of age and up, severe, is 29. That's what our community is coming up upon. How does that come into play with the Laura's Law? Brandon had a mental break in August of this last year. We watched him deteriorate into a very aggressive person and had to have a 51-50 hold. Because he's considered organic and not mentally ill, he was turned away. Yet, if he didn't have us to be his conservator and be his voice, he would probably, be in some unknown place, because our community needs to have places here. We need to have places here where our families can help the wellness and the well-being of our family members and help them heal and get better. But we can't do that if we ship them out of sight and out of mind, away from our own community. They need to be here where their families can support them and know if they're becoming well. Thank you for your time. Please
Thank you.
consider this Laura's Law.
Thank you for your support. And our next speaker, Janice Gardner, followed by Jerry Harris, and then Rebecca Swift. And Janice is the chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board that brought the recommendation forward.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Parks, Supervisors, and CEO, Mr. Powers. My name is Janice Gardner, and I'm the chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I know that you've had numerous impassioned public comments today, and I'm sure there's going to be more, so I'll be as brief as possible. And I wanted to mention that I didn't know that I was going to be coming after Elaine's presentation, so if a little of my information is redundant, please forgive me, but I think that it's important that you understand the process by which we made this recommendation. As Elaine mentioned, in May of 2014, your board asked the Behavioral Health Advisory Board to form a work group to look at to research and study Laura's Law for possible implementation into Ventura County. In July of 2014, the work group was formed. I know that Elaine mentioned some of the members of the work group, but I would please bear with me as I just reiterate that we had community members, family members, a patient's rights advocate, stakeholders, VC-based staff, a representative from Hillmont Psychiatric Center, the National Association of Mental Illness, also known as NAMI, the Client Network, Behavioral Health Advisory Board members, a representative from the Turning Point Foundation, and staff persons from other county agencies, including the Public Defender's Office and law enforcement. A detailed description of the work group process and the BHAB recommendation process is included in the department's board letter. You may have read, or hopefully will read, in the Behavioral Health Advisory Board report summary that in the 10 months of the work group, there were presentations and both verbal and written public comments and letters which are attached under Exhibit A of the board letter. Please note that any other exhibits listed in the department board letter were not given to the work group nor the BHAB, but came later. Therefore, only the letters listed in Exhibit A were pertinent to our decision-making process. Per the recommendation of the work group, the BHAB voted on July 27, 2015 to, I'm going to read our recommendation, to recommend to the Board of Supervisors to implement Laura's Law and to evaluate outcome measures with a full assessment at 18 months to ensure that the program is achieving its goals. We are hoping that you will accept the BHAB's recommendation and that you will implement Laura's Law as stated in the Behavioral Health Advisory Board's recommendation. We thank you for taking the time to listen and for your thoughtful consideration in this extremely serious manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I
Yes,
have a
Supervisor
question.
Long.
Ms. Gardner?
Yes, sorry.
With this AB 59 pending,
Yes.
would that have made any change or opportunity or further discussions? I understand the vote on the advisory board wasn't unanimous.
That's correct.
Okay.
As far as AB 59 is concerned, I have no idea whether that might have changed our minds, or if we would or would not have asked for implementation into Laura's law. I believe that we would have studied AB 59 to see probably fiscally and budget-wise how that might have affected, but I don't think that it would have affected anything to do with our feelings about having people served under Laura's law.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker then is Jerry Harris, followed by Rebecca Swift, and then Tony Gibbs. Good afternoon, Mr. Harris.
Supervisors, county administrative officers, my name's Jerry Harris, and I'm the second vice chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I'm here to urge your approval of the program as presented by the Behavioral Health Director. I reviewed the program and the budget and found both to be reasonable and based on sound assumptions, both programmatically and fiscally. The two things that stand out about the budget is that it will not duplicate existing services, and it will use blended funding to support the services. There's confusion about 20 patients, 20 clients. They're really not 20 clients that will be served. They're 20 slots for clients. So when somebody becomes willing to accept services voluntarily, they'll be moved to behavioral health services in the department, making that spot available. As alluded to by Mr. Deutsch, families need another option when there's an individual in their family that refuses treatment and they don't meet criteria for involuntary holds, and they're in danger of decompensating and they're not willing to accept treatment. To let these people's conditions get dramatically worse is not only cruel, but it could be dangerous. This program, one of the most important things about it, will provide families with hope that something can be done for their loved ones. Finally, I'd like to bring to your attention that the Behavioral Advisory Board Chair should be commended on her efforts relative to the work group. When the chair unexpectedly resigned, Ms. Gardner assumed the chair position. She brought the work group to a successful conclusion. She developed the work group final report and recommendations, brought them to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board for review and actions. Were it not for Ms. Gardner, the work group could have easily fallen apart. And I just think it's important that you know that.
That's a nice recognition of Ms. Gardner, and it was a stellar performance there to step into that at the unexpectedly. But thank you for that, and thank you also for your support and your long-time service. As many who have come before have served on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board or the Mental Health Board. So thank you all to the stakeholders. I know we all have some investment in this, don't we?
Right. Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have Rebecca Swift, followed by Tony Gibbs, and then Martha Para.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Rebecca Swift. I'm a registered nurse employed at Ventura County Medical Center. I work with the homeless every week, Monday through Friday. I was just going to come today as a supporter of this bill, except that last night I sat in our quiet room with the mother of a mentally ill female, 7 months pregnant, who she felt she had no other way to get help for her daughter. Her daughter's been revolving in and out through our mental health system, through our ER, back to the mental health system, to our ER, and back again. So if you could think about not only a daughter, but a grandson or a granddaughter, that this mother feels like her hands are tied. She's been the sole supporter of the daughter. The daughter lives with her until the daughter, not on any medication now, is spiraling out of control and has threatened her. So when you have a patient and you need a discharge plan with mental illness, you need to have a safety plan, you need to have a safe place for this discharge to happen. Homelessness and mental illness go together because of this. So if your patients are not taking their medication and they're spiraling out of control, there's not a safe place for them to go to. Family doesn't feel like it's safe for them to come back. In Ventura, city of Ventura, where are we going to house these people, number one? So why don't we put this other tool in the toolbox so that our law enforcement, our behavioral health people have something else that they can offer this family? We really want to help the patient. We want to encourage her to take her medication because there is an innocent person there as well. So I am here in support of this law. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming. Our next speaker then is Tony Gibbs, and he'll be followed by Martha Parra and then Judy Alexander.
Thank you. Members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Tony Gibbs and I live in Ojai. I don't represent any organization, but for the last 10 years I have witnessed my stepdaughter's serious mental illness. For most of that time, she was unable to recognize that she was ill, and she cycled through repeated emergency hospitalizations, incarcerations, living on and off the streets without adequate treatment. Finally, she became so ill that she was eligible for a conservatorship, which meant that she had to give up her ability to ignore treatment. The conservatorship lasted long enough so that she could at last begin to recover and then take charge of her own recovery. With courage and determination, she has done just that. No one should have to live through the hardships she endured. Few people with such a serious illness will ever reach the point of earning a conservatorship. This is the gap that Laura's Law fills. Mandated outpatient treatment works. It saves lives and it saves money, and I hope that you'll adopt the resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Martha Parra, followed by Judy Alexander, and then our final speaker, Mary Hafner.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and CEO, Mr. Powers. My name is Martha Parra, and I am a County Ventura employee. I'm here today to encourage you to pass Laura's Law and plead you consider this issue carefully. I stand before you to help obtain the best care for my mentally ill daughter and her unborn child. At this moment, my 7-month pregnant daughter is at Hillmont on a 5150 hold. She suffers a mental illness that requires she be on daily medication. Due to being pregnant with a very strong mental instinct and wanting to protect her infant from possible birth defects, on her own accord, she has stopped her medication against her psychiatric orders. This causes manic behavior, which has led her to be on a 5150 and then on a 5250 at Hillmont, which means she was held on 3 days and deemed needing to stay an additional 14 days at the psychiatric hospital. During the time at the hospital, multiple forced injections have been administered to her due to her out-of-control behavior. Yesterday, after her 14-day stay, my 7-month pregnant daughter was discharged with no shoes, no money, no car keys, no cell phone, and no discharge plan. She was told to wait on the corner for her mother to pick her up. Yesterday, I received a voicemail at work from the hospital that my daughter was waiting for me in front of the hospital for me to pick her up. The voicemail came as quite a shock, since I had made it very clear to the hospital that during the 7-day stay that she could not come home with me. She had attacked me right before she got into the hospital. To make a long story short, when she was discharged, my daughter went to the VCMC ER to call me, and because she was having a panic attack. There, the ER doctors and nurses quickly assessed that she was a danger to herself, her baby, and others, and against her will, sent back to Hillmont on a 5150 after having been released just an hour or two before. My daughter is a perfect example for why Laura's Law needs to be passed. She needs specialized care due to being pregnant with a mental illness and refusing to take her medication. Being thrown in and out of the hospital is not the answer. I have been told that by other families, this is how the system works. My pregnant daughter, whose only crime is having a mental illness, may lose her firstborn child because the system has not provided the specialized care she needs to carry her child full term. She has no place to go. She needs to be part of a program which can accommodate her condition and her situation. On her behalf, I stand in front of you and plead your vote for Laura's Law and your assistance for obtaining the needed care for my daughter and her unborn child. I request your help in getting her enrolled at a facility that can care for her needs. If Hillmont cannot handle the situation, I request that she be accepted as one of the 20 candidates for the mental health outpatient treatment program being recommended today. Thank you for carefully considering my request and for your full attention to a mother concerned for her daughter and her unborn child, as well as a county employee who is dedicated to serve the public every day.
Ms. Parra, thank you for coming. I'm sorry to hear of the problems with your daughter, and I will ask that we follow up on making sure that they give the treatment that she deserves. Additionally, I appreciate your testimony here. You make some really good points about the benefits that Laura Law could bring that we don't currently have right now in the system.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Potter. We'll follow up with you right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker then is Judy Alexander, and then our last speaker, Mary Hafner.
Thank you, Chairman Parks and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. I'm here today representing two groups. One, I am chair of the local Ventura Social Service Task Force, who wrote a letter of support of Laura's Law, and I also happen to be the current chair of the local unit of the National Association of Social Workers. And in representing them, they also are in support of the implementation of Laura's Law. As you know, social workers are concerned about the right of dignity and of individual choice, so it would seem that Laura's Law might be in conflict. However, decision-making and moving forward is dependent upon three things: availability of resources, opportunities to access those resources, and the capacity to make use of those resources. Without Laura's Law, we are dealing with and experiencing and working with a variety of people who don't have the resource, who lack capacity, and for whom that resource is not available. Those in the Social Service Task Force experience it at the other end as we work constantly to try to do what we can do to have a functional level of zero in regards to homelessness within the city of Ventura. In order for that to happen, people who lack the ability to make a positive decision about themselves need for someone to come alongside them to make that decision until they reach that place of self-capacity. Laura's Law allows for that process to take place so someone could reach that inner place of having capacity and therefore can make decisions. Until that opportunity, we are going to continue to mislabel people as service resistant. We will continue to mislabel people as being scum on the ground, and none of that is true. These are people. They are brothers and sisters and parents who are in total need of our support. We can have a better future for that individual, for the family, and for the community if we're willing to implement best practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alexander. And our final speaker, Mary Hafner.
Good afternoon. I'm on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Imagine if you had a son or daughter or a brother or sister who had cancer, and you went to the doctor to seek treatment, and the doctor said, I'm sorry, we have to wait until your cancer reaches stage 4. I can't treat you until your ability to function and your quality of life has been severely compromised. At that time, we will treat you, but we will give you medications for side effects and stabilize you, but we're not going to be able to keep you and give you long-term treatment. We're not going to be able to give you the treatment that you need to get better. That is exactly what the people with severe mental illness hear and the families hear every day. It is that inhumane scenario that Laura's Law seeks to address. Laura's Law was carefully crafted. It was carefully thought out to address the specific needs of those who suffer the most, those with chronic severe mental illness, and it has been classified as an evidence-based treatment. Right now we have 2 mental health care systems that serve 2 mutually exclusive populations. We have community programs. Those serve those who seek and accept treatment. Those who refuse or are too sick to seek treatment voluntarily become a law enforcement responsibility. Most mental health officials are unwilling to recognize or take responsibility for this second group. Ignoring them puts patients, the public, and the police at risk, not to mention it results in catastrophic health outcomes. You have an opportunity to turn this around with Laura's Law. The good news is that people with SPMI can get better. They can lead fulfilling lives with the right treatment. We've seen it happen, and it does happen, but they need the treatment. The success of a Laura's Law program depends on fidelity to the protocols that make it a recognized, evidence-based, and data-driven treatment. I hope that you will ensure in your position that those who carry out implementation are adhering to these protocols and that there is complete fidelity. It will pay dividends if done right. I want to thank you for your willingness to recognize that all people deserve treatment. The system should work for everyone, not just for those at a higher level of functioning. People get mental illness through no fault of their own. They deserve a chance at wellness. Please support Laura's Law. I want to thank you, and I want to thank the board. I want to thank Elaine Crandall, who has been very open to comments. And if everyone on the BHAB could raise their hand and just show those who are here on the BHAB. Thank you.
That does complete the testimony. Let's go back to the board for questions or comments. And Ms. Crandall, are you available? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Zaragoza.
I just want to follow up on what the young lady just mentioned too. And I'm also a member of the BHAB board, and I want to thank all the speakers and Elaine, for the excellent work that they have done, and of course Janice Gardner for leading the charge over there. She does an excellent job for all of us. And I just one of the things that Jerry mentioned was that there's only 20 slots. So my question is, how long can a person be in that slot? And then how do we give a chance for the 21st or 22nd person and so forth?
Thank
or
you.
How's that going to work?
Laura's Law, the orders are for 180 days and can be extended for a full year. So the goal is that the person at some point receives the treatment to the extent that they can come into our, if you will, regular outpatient treatments. That's the goal, is so that they are stable and that this is the kickoff to that stability. So it could be 6 months or a year, depending on, and it could be shorter. I mean, some people may not need that much time.
So my question is, if they meet all the criteria from 1 to 9,
Mm-hmm.
and they're suffering from mental illnesses, they're unlikely to survive, and et cetera, so in 18 or the many months that you're going to keep them in there, you believe that they might be able to stabilize some of those 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 conditions?
I do.
Okay, and then that then relieves that slot for somebody else too.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you. I'm going to lay out a couple of thoughts and then end with a question for you, if I could. So I think it's really clear that people whose illness is such that they don't recognize their their illness need help. The families of those people need help. And so Laura's Law is what everybody is focusing on at this point in time. And I certainly see Laura's Law as a significant improvement. And we should set really high goals for our implementation of this. And I think we've this much energy, this much focus, we should definitely just make sure that it's just a top flight implementation, and I'm sure that is your goal. At the same time, it is not a panacea for all the problems that we have out there. A lot of people, for a variety of reasons, will still have these challenges, won't necessarily fit into the criteria, and so by itself, it's not a panacea. Overall, as you listen to the testimony here today, you could have this testimony in every county in this state and virtually every county in the United States. We are not doing an adequate job with behavioral health and how we're handling behavioral health. So I know you've got many challenges ahead of you as the new director, and implementing this, I feel confident the board will implement it as you are recommending. Implementing this is one of the goals that we have to have. But the other is, like in so many other areas, we need to move Ventura County to be a real leader in trying to make sure that we find solutions in spite of the patchwork, weird laws and funding that we get from the federal government and the state government. So my question is, what is, just for the benefit of everybody approaching this, what are the things in your head about how we start to have Ventura County move into this true leadership and excellence in terms of delivery of this particular component that I want to be the first to recognize is probably the toughest illness to find long-term solutions for? I mean, cancer is more manageable, and almost every other physical illness is more manageable. But this is the toughest, and we have almost every family in Ventura County is touched by mental illness in some significant way. So it should really be just right up there. I mean, imagine if we had any other illness that touched every family in Ventura County. Man, it would be off the charts. But because it's mental illness, because of the stigmas that used to be, it was in the closet for a long time. It's coming out now, and it's it would be feels like a great time for us to do that. So could you share with us so that I and the public and the board members can sort of keep our eyes on the other efforts besides this implementation? Thank you very much, and sorry for the long introduction to my question.
No, not at all. It's a great question. And as I think about implementing Laura's Law, and I've talked to staff and I've talked to community members, they tend to say the same thing. You heard Mary Hafner. It really has to be something that's very well launched. So how are we going to do that? Well, I've already reached out to David Deutsch of NAMI, and he has actually managed ACT programs before. And I know that the community has fully invested, people who aren't here today are fully invested in seeing the success of this program. And I fully intend to leverage their knowledge and their passion so that we actually design the program together, that we talk about it regularly. I think this is why the Behavioral Health Advisory Board asks for regular reporting. It isn't to hold my feet to the fire, but really to ensure that we are building and designing and adapting based on what we learn as we implement. I also have such confidence in our partners, the VA, Public Defender, County Council, Social Services Agency, Probation. We have a reputation across the state of being really collaborative, and I'm going to count on that for us to really provide compassionate care. We're not interested in providing a compliant program. We're interested in providing one that really reaches into the heart of a person, and with the help of their family, really engage them. And engage is a word that you hear all the time in behavioral health, but the true word engagement is such a powerful word. It is because then you have this mutual relationship where you both have an active role in supporting an individual. And I do believe that in terms of the behavioral health, if you will, not doing a good enough job, I shared with them one time that I recently rewatched Schindler's List, and there was a scene at the end where Schindler was about to leave, and he was just completely broken. As much as he did, he was broken because he knew he could never do enough. And I think that's the challenge that we all have in behavioral health. I see it in the staff. They just are so impassioned about what they do, but they know they can't do enough. And you could see it bothers me, that in the future I know that no matter what I do, it will never be enough. And so I look forward to this actually as an opportunity to do one more. Sorry.
It is understandable, and I think part of it goes to we do want to do more. In the long run, I think one of the big obstacles is housing. And I know that's a separate issue, but you can't get someone off the streets and help them unless you can get them off the streets.
Absolutely.
And so while we are looking at this, we do have programs that are somewhat similar. This just gives us another tool in the toolbox, as I understand it. Do you have other questions, Supervisor Bennett, on this? Supervisor Long?
Thank you for your visible compassion. And I know that's throughout your agency. And I think that this room is full of very good, strong advocates, good people with great heart for a population that has significant challenges. And the answers aren't easy, and identifying the gaps, and that's what Lora's Law came forward as a result. And I agree it does. I think there may be expectations that it may do more than what it really can do. My concern and question is really the MHSA funding side of it being used for this purpose, and not saying that it isn't a good use of it, but it really it may over time challenge other priorities or other practices that the MHSA has been used for. And unless we get some more champions at the state level, and I applaud you for asking for the state association to pull together a working group, because if we don't learn from the other counties who are implementing the practices, I think we will at some point need to go back to the state to say,
yes,
you passed this law, and you basically did a bit of a shell game by now saying we can use MHSA funds for this, which, yes, they are intended for mental health services, but they may not be enough.
Agreed.
And I expect you already can make some projections out, as all professionals do, of what the cost may be, and will they be enough?
Yes, and it's a choice that I don't like to put in front of the CLC. Do you want to do, Laura's Law more than you want to do? We looked at a program yesterday that was enriching people as they're in their recovery. And you hate to put that choice in front of somebody, but, as we look forward to the coming years, without additional funding, those are the choices we have to make. It's just like, you hear of elderly people having to choose between their medication and food. I mean, this is the kind of thing that's very, I really applaud anybody who volunteers to serve on Behavioral Health Advisory Board and CLC to struggle through these kind of questions. What should we be doing? And we have to make those hard choices. And it would be better if we didn't have to. If really, the legislation passed with some muscle of funds behind it, just think what the whole community could do. I mean, if they were to do that, I don't think we'd see only 12 counties out of 58, passing Laura's Law. I think there's a strong desire to do that.
So it will be important to continue to collect the data and to advocate at the state level.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Powers?
And just to supplement what Elaine said, overall, too, in watching this for many years, too, the state and feds have underfunded mental health services for years. 4 years. And now, finally, it's starting to improve, which is good. It's not where it needs to be, but it's better. But part of the byproduct of that is the provider network is not what it should be. You can provide the funding, but if you haven't been funding it for years, they're not just going to materialize. So that's something that I know that the department is working on daily, nightly, around the clock to try to build that capacity, build that network, because that helps provide the access. At the same time, you've got these professionals who are so passionate and dedicated about what they do. Like you say, they know they can't do enough, but they're doing everything they can. So building on that passion and that momentum that you are, and also trying to take advantage of the Affordable Care Act and the expanded eligibility for Medi-Cal patients, making sure that we get people eligible and we bill and collect, that generates revenue, that increases access as well. As we look at Laura's Law 2 going forward, this, as you say, Supervisor Long, this is a projection. And we know that, and we know we may need other funding sources, including Medi-Cal and General Fund, to make this work, and that's what we're committed to. So,
as far as it not being a panacea, I think there are certain aspects of the required services. Housing worries me, and not everyone will succeed. But my intention is to say, with a fully good conscience, that we did everything that we possibly could.
And Supervisor Foy?
Elaine, I know you got a diverse group of people out here, but I also see, from the Sheriff's Office, the DA, probation. Are they here in support of what you're here for? Is that what that is? Or?
I can't really speak for them.
But I don't know if Ron has something he'd like to say about this at all, or because
I'm sure they wouldn't mind if you spoke for them. Go ahead.
Yes, and they will provide some of their funds.
They provide all of their funding.
They would be happy to speak to you about moving their line item budgets to behavioral health.
And we have members there from.
Be assertive with their budget. Right?
Thank you for the opportunity, and good afternoon. Yeah, we're in support of this. I don't know that it's a program that's going to fix everything out there, and I think there is some misnomer about all the opportunities it will bring, but for the few people that will benefit for it, I think it will be a good thing. It'll keep them out of the criminal justice system. It'll get help to families, keep them out of jail, those kinds of things for the few.
For the few. I mean, and that's the balance you were trying to figure, is which few those are.
Yeah.
But I think from your standpoint in the jails, you realize we got these people here, and it's probably not the right place for them to be.
Absolutely. Every day we say stuff like that every day. There's people in there that really don't need to be there.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
As a member, I want to thank you for, I know you support the BHAB committee and board and so forth, but I just want to thank, first of all, all the volunteers that are here today, because we also have Mark Varela, who's in our board. He's back there. But I just want to share with you that as a board member of the BHAB, I just want to thank all the volunteers, because they're really devoted people. They ask questions. When we're out there in the BHAB board, they're not a yes people. They ask a lot of questions. All the people here that are in the behavior board ask a lot of good questions, and they come out with recommendations to the board. But I just personally, I'm here. I would just want to share with you that I support Laura's Law. I support what staff is bringing, and I just want to share with you that I'm very, very happy to be working with the BHAB board, because these are individuals that are really devoted, they volunteer, and I just want to thank everybody for the excellent work that we have there for the CLC and also for the BHAB board. I just wanted to share that and tell you that I support the staff's recommendation.
No, and I appreciate that. You going to speak too? Good. Yeah, no. I just want to see this. Like I said, everybody's working together to make this work, and I'd like to hear those comments.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mr. Powers, Chuck Hughes, Chief Deputy District Attorney with the District Attorney's Office. I did not personally participate in the advisory board, but our office did. We do support this program. Obviously, things we can do to help folks with mental illness, keep them out of the criminal justice system. And that's the goal of just about everything we do, is to keep people out of the system as much as we possibly can. So we support this, and it's a tool. We can lead folks to the help. We can't force them to take the help, but at least we can lead them to the possibility of help. So we support this.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because Elaine and I had talked about this a little bit, and the idea that all of a sudden somebody goes through with you and they end up with a criminal record, that they really don't need a criminal record when they get some other issue. And I think that's an important piece, and I appreciate what you're saying. And then Mark's in there with his people having to oversee. It just becomes a mess if there's some other opportunity. And like Ron said, it's maybe only going to be a few, but maybe there's this few that we can change a life in here or there. So
every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you, sir.
And Madam Chair, I think Mark also is in our board. Do you want to share anything, Mark? I know he's in the behavioral health board too. And I'm sure that he's willing to support him.
Good afternoon.
Chair Parks, members of the board, CEO Powers, Mark Varela, Chief Probation Officer. I just want to echo what Ron and Chuck have said. I think collaboratively we support this effort. And on the probation side, this is just another example of what we're trying to put in place for all of our high-risk offenders that we deal with. We've done a lot of work on the AB 109 side to put together a good comprehensive plan utilizing our community-based organizations. We've had a long history of working with behavioral health on the juvenile end and the adult side. So this, getting back to Supervisor Parks' comments, a good tool, another tool in our toolbox to help us to deal with a big issue that's plaguing this county and many counties throughout the state.
Thank you, Mark.
Would anyone else like to speak? Miss Bates.
Well, you may want to hear from a client's perspective.
Yes.
From the year 1964 until the year 1995, I was a bit of a tumbling tumbleweed. I had the bipolar disorder, and I did not realize that it was a treatable mental health condition. I thought I was spiritually gifted, that I didn't sleep for days or eat properly. I could still maintain a very high level of intelligence and do a great many things. At one time, I had 3 small children under the age of 5. I was running a food co-op, a daycare center. I created the newspaper for that community and other things. And I thought that was very typical, but my husband said, I do not think your judgment is good, and I want you to leave us because I don't believe you're going to be able to take care of the children in your current state. Well, I felt rejected, abandoned, and I did leave. I did leave. I lost my children, my marriage, and I became homeless. In 1976, year after year, I tumbled around. I ended up hospitalized maybe 35 to 40 times throughout the state of California. And I was jailed several times for trespassing, disturbing the peace, and shoplifting. And all of this as a homeless bipolar person. I felt that I could handle it myself. When I was hospitalized, I was kept for up to 2 to 3 weeks and put back on the sidewalk. Never at any time did anyone take my hand and say, I'm a recovery coach. We have a team that will work with you. We will help you to find your way through this. There are ways that you can develop tools. You will be a successful person. There are ways that we can help. There was never a time when that happened. I was always discharged from every institution with absolutely no supports. Therefore, I had no resources whatsoever for years. And I probably took up over $100,000 of hospital and jail time. So if someone had just led me with the hand, by the hand, after I had experienced some of these institutionalizations and said that I had a treatable condition and told me they had been through similar challenges, I would have responded. No one did. So this is just something to think about and remember how many lives and families and monies that we could save by having the special team that we are going to create. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Anybody else? Is there anyone else who would like to comment? Okay, and we would like, if you can, if you hadn't filled out a card, please do so. That'll make it easier for our clerk of the board. The question that I have, while I appreciate the fact that this is a tool, I wanted to know what the checks and balances are, because I think while we haven't heard any negatives about Laura's Law here today, the concern is that it could be abused, that someone could be forced into treatment and not feeling as though that was the right protocol. And it's really important for us as a government to make sure that we have a really good bead on who the patients need to be. And what I'm thinking in terms of being able to have these kind of checks in place is a report back to the Board of Supervisors with a understanding of who the clients are, how they are meeting that protocol, giving the public an opportunity to comment I think it has to be that kind of ongoing system so that we are always looking to see that we're doing what it is intended to do and that we don't go over that line. So I would ask that we incorporate in with the recommendation that we do get regular report backs as long as we're doing this outpatient treatment, that we get regular report backs with the performance measures that are stated in the board letter. We know that they're meeting those performance levels, and then also being able to hear from the public if there are concerns. And that would give me the comfort that we aren't potentially going into the what is considered the negative aspects of Laura's Law. I also want, yes.
So couldn't that occur if we're tying this now to a budget process?
Right, absolutely. That would be a great way as part of the budget process, because we do have the performance measures in that, so it could come back then. Thank you for that recommendation. And then I also want to just say, we're here today really because of you, and like I mentioned, Cece, I mean, people have been pushing for this for quite some time, Ms. Hafner and everybody in this room probably. And I just want to say, this is, to me, the county, the Board of Supervisors listening to the stakeholders. And I think that is such a wonderful part of the behavioral health system that we have. The state requires, for example, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board have these stakeholders, have clients on the board as well as family members, and it just the idea that it is all inclusive and how important that is, and that we do listen, and that's to me is part of even helping people with mental illness, seeing that we are listening, that we are there, and that it is a moving target in some cases. So we need your input, and I just want to thank you all for being here. With that, if the board has any other comments. If not, we can go ahead and look at supporting the staff recommendation as recently brought to us. And we do have it up there as requested.
Great.
Supervisor.
It's nice that we have that so everybody sees what the modification is. And so it's item 2 that's the real change, right, including the budget process. And so, I want to direct my comments just to item 2. It's really 2 items now today that we have said we want to have as they go through the budget process. We want to have the report back, and that's this morning. We did that with the whole foster care implementation, changes, and now this afternoon this. I would also like, and not as part of the motion, but I would just also like to request that the CEO work with our Director of Behavioral Health to gradually find the appropriate ways. I don't want to rush. I want to have meaningful measurements for an expanding number of behavioral health programs. So get this right, get some others, and try to have meaningful measurements that we can implement as we do our budget adoption, and we say, because I think it's one of the issues, it's always been sort of a mystery. How effective is this program? How effective is that program? I'd like to have that be part of our budget process over time. That is not easy to do it right. That's not easy. So I'm not saying this spring, but I'm saying it should be something that I would throw on the table and not make part of this motion, but throw on the table for discussion. I'd like to have that become more and more part of the budget process. Thank you. So I'll move the recommended action if we're ready.
And also, if I could ask that we also include the not just once a year, but actually having a continuous, as staff sees it, report back to the board so we have an understanding and the public has an opportunity to comment. And I guess it already has 190-day, was that the number of day, 180-day period? So that might be a good periods for us to get report backs. And I'd like to have that incorporated in the motion.
And Madam Chair, the budget process is upon us too, so that's going to be part of the incorporation of the behavioral health in Laura's Law.
And certainly that is part of the motion.
Part of the motion.
Okay.
Recommendation too.
So that would essentially be twice a year, so once at budget time and once 180 days, or roughly, if that's part of the motion then.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that does passed unanimously. Thank you so much. I know there was a lot of discussion and work with the committees, and so much appreciated, both the Community Leadership Committee and the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, the good work of our staff, and not only the Behavioral Health Department, our CEO's department, but most of all, thank you so much to the stakeholders.
Thank you.
And will you stand again? Okay, we are now adjourned.